Got it. Okay, I believe we're live.
Greetings, and thank you for inviting us to present on the role of accreditation in enhancing quality and innovation in health professions education. Although based in Philadelphia, our organization has a global reach and is well known to hundreds of thousands of physicians around the world. I'm going to provide an overview of several ECFMG programs that have global impact. My colleague Marta will talk about the importance of accreditation as a marker for quality, and Christine will share information about an ECFMG policy that may have a meaningful impact for patients, not just in the United States, but around the world. After World War II and the devastating impact on Europe, there was an influx of foreign-trained physicians in the United States, and ECFMG was established to assure that these physicians had basic medical knowledge and English language proficiency. In 2000, ECFMG established a foundation for the advancement of medical education and research. Together, ECFMG and its foundation, FAMR, are uniquely positioned to support and advance medical education systems around the globe. We are experts in a variety of topics relevant to this important conference and collaborate with many organizations around the world. We are very familiar with world medical education systems, the authenticity of physician credentials, assessment of physicians. We do extensive research on physician migration and U.S. physician workforce. In addition, we follow very closely U.S. immigration policy impacting international medical graduates. I'd like to spend a few minutes providing a brief overview on 6 luminary programs that have global impact. These 6 programs include several that are important and have global impact around the world. The first is our ECFMG certification program. ECFMG certification is a gateway for international medical graduates to practice medicine in the United States. For 65 years, we've been certifying international medical graduates, or IMGs, as we like to call them. And certification is required for graduate medical education training in the United States, and it is also a requirement for medical licensure in the United States. More than 420,000 physicians have been ECFMG certified. International medical graduates pursue certification, and it's typically a 3-year process. And around half of the individuals that start the certification process actually make it through ECFMG certification. The requirements are significant. We need to assess and ensure that the school is eligible and appropriate through a variety of mechanisms in order for that student to be eligible for certification. Individuals must pass a series of eligibility requirements. In addition to that, there are 3 exams that they need to pass: a basic medical knowledge exam, a clinical knowledge exam, and a clinical skills requirement. After all of those things are completed, and through that process, we are verifying the credentials of that particular physician. So this 3-year process usually takes around 20,000 individuals per year, and about 10,000 are certified. So there's about 50% of the individuals make it through this process. In the United States, 25% of practicing physicians are international medical graduates, and all of these physicians are ECFMG certified. Beyond the United States, we provide services to regulatory authorities around the world in more than 20 countries. We verify credentials for physicians who are immigrating to various countries across the globe. And each year we connect with more than 4,300 institutions in 183 different countries to verify these credentials. Our foundation, FAMR, also is geographically dispersed. They provide regional educational institutes in 7 different countries, and more than 2,000 fellows have been receiving education programs in the areas of faculty development, research that's helping to inform policy, and also supporting data that advances quality improvement decisions. We have a special program specific for students who are exchanging in health professions. We have student educational exchanges in 43 countries, and these are no cost to the students. Each year, we have approximately 100 physicians and students that participate in various health education exchanges with the goal to facilitate learning and shared understanding of medicine and other health professions work around the world. We also have a very large team of folks working on research and data resources for the world. We conduct research on international migration of physicians, the U.S. physician workforce issues, and international medical education programs of quality and standards. We also provide public resources for the world, including the World Directory of Medical Schools. There are roughly 3,500 schools listed in the World Directory. Not all of those schools are acceptable for purposes of ECFMG certification. We also maintain the directory of organizations that recognize and accredit schools, and we provide a reference guide for medical education credentials as well. The last program I will touch base on related to having global impact is our Special Investigations Unit. This unit serves the public interest by ensuring that doctors have received basic medical education. And there's two arms of our Special Investigations Unit. The first is centered on miscreant physicians. We have verified credentials for hundreds of thousands of physicians around the world. And in the course of doing that, we identify individuals who are attempting to commit fraud. And a time period between 2006 and 2018, we had identified 99 physicians who have submitted falsified credentials to ECFMG. Those physicians were intended to practice in multiple countries. When we learn of a physician who's submitted a falsified credential to us, we actually share that information globally around the world so that other regulatory authorities can ensure that physicians who may be immigrating from one country to another are safe. The vast majority of physicians, however, are high quality physicians that are seeking to serve in various parts of the world. The other area that we sometimes focus on is spurious medical schools with various questionable business practices. We've come across institutions where they whitewash transcripts, they serve as a front for illegal activity, sell degrees known as diploma mills, operating without authorization, providing false advertising, and a variety of other questionable activity. When appropriate, we will investigate these various school issues, and we will share information that we find after our investigation with other interested parties. That's just a high-level overview of 6 important luminary programs that ECFMG and our foundation have that is aligned with supporting quality education and health systems. I'd like to transition the rest of the presentation to Marta, who will talk about what is happening in the field of accreditation around the world.
Thank you, Lisa. That was wonderful hearing that overview of what ECFMG and FAMR are doing around the world and the different programs. So I will be transitioning a bit to the topic of accreditation and how it can enhance quality and innovation in education in all health professions. So I'll be giving examples from medical education, but a lot of the themes apply to other professions such as pharmacy, nursing, midwifery, and the themes are universal and the challenges are universal. Next slide. So what do we mean when we talk about accreditation? This is a word that is used differently in different parts of the world. So I'd just like to begin with a definition, a process by which a designated authority reviews and evaluates an educational institution using a set of defined standards and procedures on a cyclical basis. Now, why is accreditation important? Well, as we know, as Lisa mentioned, there's over 3,000 medical schools functioning in different ways, and it can help with harmonizing the standards and making sure these medical schools are up to acceptable global standards. Medicine has been globalizing more and more, and the growth of medical schools is been exponential. I'll show on another slide. Migrating students, they don't always go to the school where they live for medical education, and once they graduate, they don't always stay in that country to practice. They migrate for various reasons, fill demand for healthcare providers in another country, escape a situation in their own country, and the patients move. Sometimes they come for procedures to a different country, or also for medical tourism. So as I mentioned, and as Lisa mentioned, we maintain the World Directory of Medical Schools, which tracks medical schools all over the world. And we've been doing this since, we took it over from the WHO directory, and we can see that over the years, there has been a huge growth in the numbers of medical schools around the world. So now I'll talk a little bit about accreditation and what's happening globally. So since 2005, FAMR has been gathering data on accreditation of undergraduate or basic medical education around the world. Now this data is available on our website on the DORA directory. And what we've seen is that quality assurance and accreditation systems function around the world in a variety of scope and authorities and governance models. About 2/3 of the systems are mandatory and 1/3 are voluntary. About half are independent agencies and half are part of the government, usually part of the ministry or health. Now in some countries, there's more than one agency that has authority for quality assurance of medical education. And in some places, an agency functions in more than one country. And over the past decades, we have documented the development of numerous new accrediting agencies and increased scope of current accreditation activities. And there's a variety in the processes they use and the standards they use to ensure quality medical education. So as you can see, prior to 1999, in the 2 decades leading up to it, there weren't that many medical education specific accreditors. Now, medical education could have had a process for quality assurance through the university level that looked at all professions, but there weren't that many agencies that looked specifically at medical education. But in the next 2 decades, so up until now, you can see there's been a huge growth around the world in agencies forming specifically to make sure that the medical education happening in their country is at a high level. And there's been global support for this. The WHO has a global strategy on human resources for health, which they hoped for. It's probably not going to happen, but by 2020, all countries will have established accreditation mechanisms for health training institutions. So not just medicine, but other health professions as well. IAMRA, which is the International Association of Medical Regulatory Authorities, also supports accreditation, and the WMA. Now, what I'd like to talk about now is the World Federation for Medical Education recognition program. So what this is it's a way to look one level up. So we have the medical schools, we have the accrediting bodies above them, and now the WFME recognition program ensures that the accrediting agencies are functioning at a high level. So WFME has other roles as well. Their overall mission is to enhance the quality of medical education worldwide and promote high standards. They publish templates of standards that can be used at the basic medical education level, the postgraduate medical education level, or the continuing medical education, continuing professional development. So these are templates that an agency can use if they want to not necessarily reinvent the wheel, but see something that's already been done and is already in use and is a verified standard set that they can then modify for their own special context. So what I'll be talking about now specifically of the WFME programs is this one to review accrediting agencies. And it ensures that medical education accreditation is transparent and at an internationally accepted high standard. Now, the process includes document review, a site visit where a WFME team observes an agency team reviewing one medical school in the country, and also the agency making a decision on one medical school. The process to review an accrediting agency takes about 1 year, and once it's recognized, the term is for 10 years. Next slide. Okay, so here is the status to date. 23 accrediting agencies providing services in over 50 countries have been recognized by WFME. Some agencies are in the process of currently applying to review, and some are in the process of discussion with WFME. WFME expects that the number of agencies will increase once travel restrictions have been eased. The program is somewhat on pause for the moment until people can travel again. So this map shows the countries served by WFME recognized agencies in dark blue, and in medium blue are those countries where the agencies are in the process of applying to WFME. And it can be found on the WFME website, and any other information about this recognition program, such as how to apply and the criteria needed to be met to be recognized. So, accreditation is, as we mentioned, it's increasing in incidence. New agencies are developing, they're expanding their scope. But what evidence is there that this is really doing what we hope it does, which is enhance the quality of the trainees who ultimately provide better care to patients? Every accreditation system should be based on evidence, and more evidence is needed to create more effective systems and efficient use of resources. Accreditation is an expensive process. It uses a lot of resources and time of people that could be doing perhaps other things with their time, but they are spent ensuring that the medical school is at a high quality. So they need to be doing that in a way that is a proven best use of their time. So recently, we did a scoping review. We looked at all the literature that's out there that describes studies specifically focused on undergraduate medical education, accreditation, and if there were outcomes related to that accreditation. And we didn't find that many. You can see the next slide. There were 36 scholarship studies and 85 non-scholarship studies, which provides definitely a good basis for accreditation and learning more about it. But what we also found, which we thought was worth noting, is that most of these studies came from high-income countries, and also most were from North America. So the call here really is to encourage other agencies in other parts of the world to look at their systems, perhaps do some studies if they can, to make sure that their systems are functioning in the most efficient way possible based on evidence. So now I'm going to transition over to Christine, who will talk a little bit more specifically about accreditation and how it's being used in a new requirement that will go into effect in 2024. Thank you.
Thanks, Marta. I'm Christine Schiffer, Regulatory Affairs Manager at ECFMG, and I'm delighted to speak with you today about ECFMG's 2024 Medical School Accreditation Requirement. So as Lisa touched on, Historically, ECFMG certification has been really centered on the individual student or graduate. We have required that they, of course, spend time in school and obtain a medical degree. They have to pass exams. And then they also have to get their credentials verified by us. So there's been a lot of focus on the individual, but not so much on the school. Currently, ECFMG requires that the school be recognized as a medical school by the government of the country where it is located. And we also require that the graduates of the medical school be eligible for medical licensure in that country. However, given the concerns that you've heard about from Lisa and Marta, the growth of medical schools, the migration of medical students and physicians, the variability in accreditation systems, and also the small number of spurious medical schools in operation, we felt it was important to do more. So what could we do? No single entity could accredit all the medical schools worldwide. Yet there is clearly a need with the globalization of medical education for some sort of global standard. So as Marta mentioned, we decided instead of looking at the medical schools, let's go up one level to the accrediting agencies. So in 2010, we announced a new requirement for the accreditation of medical schools. And initially, this requirement was targeted for 2023. Earlier this year, we moved it to 2024 due to COVID-19 and the impact that the pandemic was having on accreditation systems and on schools becoming accredited. So in 2024, individuals applying for ECFMG certification must be a student or a graduate of a medical school that is accredited at the time of application to ECFMG by an accrediting agency recognized by the World Federation for Medical Education. And the goal of this is to stimulate international accreditation efforts, promote universally accepted standards for evaluating undergraduate medical education, enhance the overall quality of medical education worldwide, and protect the public. So this gives us, as you can see, a more balanced approach. Not only are we looking at the individuals, we're giving further scrutiny to the schools as well and asking them to become accredited by an agency that has met global standards for their accreditation processes. And even better, perhaps, it gives an entire system of greater transparency and accountability that's operating worldwide. The World Federation for Medical Education has its recognition program, and this is based on standards on guidelines it has developed with the World Health Organization. And its recognition program goes in and looks at the accrediting agency. Once the accreditation agency is recognized. Of course, the agency is accrediting the medical school, and then the individual student or graduate becomes eligible for ECFMG certification. And so throughout this, you have, you have globally accepted standards, you have publicly available standards, and publicly available reporting of statuses of the agency and of the school. And ECFMG has decided to implement the 2024 accreditation requirement in 4 phases, again with the goal of increasing the information and transparency available about undergraduate medical education worldwide. So our first phase, 2018, is already available. It is a guide to medical school selection, which is available on our website, ecfmg.org, under the resources section. And the goal of this guide is to just help students along in looking at schools and looking letting them know what key characteristics they should be looking for and what questions they should be asking. So you can find that under the resources section at ecfmg.org. In phase 2, we will be adding to the World Directory of Medical Schools information indicating which schools are currently accredited by an agency recognized by the World Federation for Medical Education. And then in 2023, we will be adding that same information to the physician reports we provide to hospital credentialers, licensing boards, and other authorities. And then in phase 4, in 2024, we will be implementing the requirement. We have not set yet a specific effective date, but sometime in 2024, applicants for ECFMG certification will need to be from a school accredited by an agency recognized by the World Federation for Medical Education. So why the 4 phases? As I mentioned, it's a goal. The goal is to increase transparency. It's to help the students make better decisions when selecting a medical school. As Lisa touched on and Marta touched on, the growth of medical schools has made this even more challenging for students when deciding where to attend medical school. Help GME program directors, graduate medical education program directors, be more confident when they're looking at and selecting an international medical graduate for their what we call residency programs in the United States by knowing that they graduated from an accredited medical school. And then also helping medical regulatory authorities around the world make more informed decisions when they are assessing candidates. And ultimately, it's about the patients, and I think that's why we're all here today at this at the WISH conference. It's about improving patient care. So we firmly believe that better education leads to better patient care. Patients all around the world deserve well-educated doctors. Accreditation fosters quality improvement and public trust. And the recognition of accrediting agencies promotes transparency and as Marta touched on, innovation and best practices across countries. So we really believe strongly in the power of accreditation to help improve medical education worldwide, and we're looking forward to the further implementation of this requirement in the years ahead. And with that, we're very happy to take any questions you may have or comments.
Thank you, Christine and Marta, for your wonderful overview of the important work you're both doing, as well as many of your colleagues throughout the world in advancing accreditation and helping to study efforts to further support patient care delivery. So we would certainly welcome any questions that you may have. Great, thank you so much, everyone. Marta, do you want to spend a little bit of time talking about the future of accreditation and where you think work will be going?
Sure. Well, we don't see any or anticipate any slowdown of new agencies developing. I just actually last week attended a forum in Europe and found out about 2 new agencies that I'm going to be adding to the our directory and telling Christine about. So we don't, like I said, we don't see any or anticipate any slowdown in new agencies. Agencies continue to expand their scope. We see agencies being asked to function in other places outside of their own countries, so that will probably continue as well. With the recognition program, of course, we know about a lot of interest, and we hope to continue to hear about more interest as agencies want to go through the process. And I didn't mention the agencies specifically that have already gone through the process, but if you're interested, you can look on the WFP website. The very encouraging and positive thing is that these agencies are from all over the world. They are not just ones that produce a lot of physicians coming to the US. They are from countries such as Sudan, Kazakhstan, South Korea, Japan, some in the Caribbean, Egypt, some in Europe. So it's really a lot of agencies that have gone through it just because they wanted to make sure that their procedures and standards were at a globally acceptable level, not necessarily because of the impending 2024 accreditation requirement.
Great, thank you. So the future is looking really bright for accreditation around the world, and I think the hope is that with the support from the WHO and the International Association of Medical Regulatory Authorities, the World Medical Association, that additional accrediting agencies will be recognized as setting international standards, as well as schools that are seeking accreditation, so that way they could have a gold standard. I know one of the questions that I've been asked around the accreditation is, aren't we imposing standards that are not appropriate? And one thing that I've learned about the WFME recognition program is that while the standards are international, they really are adapted to the local needs of the community. So that provides opportunities for organizations and schools that may not have extensive resources, but are meeting the needs of their communities to assure of the quality of medical education that are receiving. So when physicians cross borders to many countries around the world, and as I started the presentation sharing with you, we support 20 regulatory authorities, that provides confidence to the regulatory authorities in those other countries when physicians do cross borders, as they should cross borders to be able to continue to do so, that everyone knows that they went to a quality medical school. And making that information publicly available is some of the work that Christine is engaged in. Christine, do you want to talk a little bit more about how we may be making that information publicly available in the World Directory of Medical Schools?
Thanks, Lisa. Certainly. Yeah, we've been working on a plan that hopefully we'll definitely see by 2022 to add to the World Directory of Medical Schools a notation. So when a student or anyone is looking at medical schools, they can identify ones that are accredited by a agency recognized by the World Federation for Medical Education, because we think this is important information for the public to have, medical students to have, regulatory authorities to have. And then we plan to also add that to the physician reports that ECFMG generates about its certificate holders, so that they're also, that information is shared more broadly. And again, it's all about increasing the transparency and the information available to medical students and other stakeholders about worldwide or global undergraduate medical education.
Thank you. And I know I touched on it a little bit earlier in terms of the importance for this as it relates to making sure that patients have access to high quality physicians, and that there are international standards as physicians are crossing borders. ECFMG is providing verification services to more than 20 different regulatory authorities around the world, countries that are throughout the globe, North America country, Europe, Middle Eastern, Asia. So we have a broad reach of services that we're providing to regulatory authorities. And as physicians cross borders into those various countries, ensuring that schools are accredited is not just important for the United States, but it's a global, something that's important for all of us as we travel around the world.
Yeah, Lisa, I'd add to that. other countries are facing this same issue, and I know we have touched on that today, but we are not alone in the United States. Medical regulatory authorities around the world are facing international medical graduates coming in seeking to be licensed, and sometimes it's their own citizens who have gone abroad to a medical school outside their home country and are now coming back, and they're confronting this issue as well, how to gauge the credentials and the education of these individuals when it comes to licensing, giving them medical licensure. And it's really a worldwide issue that everyone is dealing with. And so I feel very good that we have found one way to assist in that effort and to provide some transparency around the issue.
I think that's a good point. And the other group that also will benefit through these accreditation efforts are really the medical students. So medical students are spending a significant amount of money to go to medical schools, and they need to make sure that they're getting an appropriate education so they can become licensed in various countries. We hear stories of physicians who go to medical school around the world, and when they come back home, because they want to practice medicine in their home country, when they come back home, they're unable to pass the medical licensing exams. And this isn't just for US citizens who are going abroad for services. We work with regulatory authorities, and they're sharing with us the same stories of their citizens who are going abroad to schools, for medical schools. And then when they come back home, they may not have the education to be able to pass their licensing exams. And so the accreditation work that Marta is talking about, the importance of it, the significant variability of medical education, it's important for the physicians who are seeking that medical education to know that they're not going to be taken advantage of in certain situations, and that they will be given the tools and the resources and the knowledge to be able to advance education. I'm sure, Marta, you may have some thoughts and ideas and experiences of what you've heard about different schools around the world and how important accreditation is. If you want to comment on that.
Sure. Thank you, Lisa. Yes, it's been something that probably even, 10 years ago, when I would speak with students offhandedly and I'd ask, do you know who accredits your medical school? And they'd say, what? And they didn't, they had some vague idea what it was, but they could not name the agency or what, what the process was made up of or what it really meant. And now they're much more aware of this important issue, and especially if they are looking to transfer to another country to perhaps do some graduate training or to practice, they know that they need to be much more aware of accreditation, and they're happy that this is happening because it does provide for them a marker of quality. They understand more what exactly is going on, who they need to talk to, where they need to get verification, and they are very positive and glad that this is happening and that there's information out there that they can find about what's happening, who's doing the quality assurance of their school. It's a huge investment for them in time and in money, and they want to make sure they're getting the best education possible.
Great, thank you. And Christine, just one last question for you is, in all of your discussions with individuals around the world on the ECFMG 2024 policy and the accreditation requirement, what has been the number one or two concerns that people have raised with you?
Thanks, Lisa. I think there's a lot of concern, especially with COVID, that schools are not going to get accredited in time. So actually, I didn't quite bring it up in the presentation, but one thing I'd love to highlight is that we are being very flexible in how we implement this requirement. So applying for ECFMG certification is the first step in the process. You apply and then you go on and take the required exams, and then you obtain ECFMG certification. So that said, any individual who's already in the process come 2024 will fall under our current policies. So anyone who's already initiated ECFMG certification before 2024 will fall under our current requirements. And so it's only in 2024 do we start the requirement with individuals who are applying to ECFMG certification. Moreover, the requirement requires that the school be accredited at the time the individual is applying to ECFMG. So that means we never shut the door on anyone. And we did this on purpose out of a sense of fairness, being fair to medical students around the world. So if their school is not accredited by the time they graduate, if it is accredited at the time they apply for ECFMG certification, we will accept that. And that's, again, just out of a sense of fairness. As Marta touched on, some of these accreditation systems are fairly new, and so we are getting are growing and increasing their activity. But it's true, by 2024 we may not have a country may not have a fully mature accreditation system, and we want to be cognizant of that. So we purposely built in some flexibility into the requirement. So I don't want anyone to think that 2024 is a hard stop. It's we're phasing this requirement in an effort to be as fair as we can to medical students.
Great, thank you, Christine. So Marta, one last question for you. We are connecting with a global audience today, and if someone were interested in advancing accreditation efforts within their home country, what advice would you give to them, or what resources could be available to them?
Sure. Yes, there are lots of resources out there. They should first probably look to the WFME website and look at these templates for standards. They can also find documents on there about procedures, and they're written in a very flexible terms. They want agencies to take them, to modify them, to make sure that they are correct for their particular circumstance, make sure that they don't get the feeling that they need to take everything word for word. WFME is very much has always encouraged agencies to make them flexible and make things work for the country where the schools are located and for the patient population that those physicians will serve. So there's other resources as far as in the literature about reading about best practices, things like that. There's lots of articles where agencies describe kind of what they do and what their system is like. They can all be very helpful if an agency is just starting or wants to enhance their current procedures.
That's great, thank you. And just want to wrap up the session by saying thank you for participating in this important conference of helping to advance health and well-being around the world, and listening to our presentation on enhancing quality and innovation in health professions education. Please reach out to ECFMG FAMR at any time if you would like access to any resources or would like to just discuss any of these important issues. Please know that we are always happy to help. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So good afternoon, everyone. So thank you very much for joining this very interesting session. My name is Dr. Reem Al-Sulaiman. I'm going to be the moderator of this session. I'm the interim deputy chair for the medical genetics department at HMC, and I'm subspecialized in cancer genetics for adult and pediatric. So in today's session, we have a great group of panel experts today. I'm going to just introduce the panel experts. So Professor Daniel Catchpole. He's the head of the tumor bank at the Children's Hospital at Westmead, Sydney, Australia, and is the current president of the International Society for Biological and Environmental Repositories. A cancer cell biology specialist, Professor Daniel has led a rare disease biobanking focusing on childhood cancers. Also, we have with us Professor Sophie Peckeret, who's the manager of transitional program at the VIB, where she coordinates the Grand Challenges program and part-time senior lecturer at the Faculty of Medicine and Head Sciences from Gannett University. Professor Sophie also was trained as a doctor in applied biological engineering and biology and innovation at the University of Gannett. Also, we have Dr. Michaela, who's a PhD, is a political scientist and historian by training. Her academic career leads her to having various positions at the University of Vienna. She serves as interim co-director general of the Research Infrastructure for Biobanks and Biomolecular Resources, BBMRI, ERIC. So thank you very much for coming today to have this panel session. And the topic, as you can all see, it's going to be about ethical, legal, and social implication and research with vulnerable populations. So maybe just to kick off the start of this session, maybe I would like to have a broad definition of what's the meaning of vulnerable population for our audience, and maybe to have some examples of some research environments for vulnerable population, especially with this status of COVID and precision medicine. So if we would like to have this from your expertise.
I'll go first. Thank you very much for having me. I suppose I come representing children and the children's populations. Clearly, they're a vulnerable population. They can't speak for themselves. They have to speak through their parents, their guardians, an adult, and that puts them at some degree of risk. So when we are thinking about doing research for children's diseases or children's situations, obviously we need to take great care, and that often we're dealing through a third party, and that means that there's levels of vulnerability. Vulnerability in vulnerable populations can also be people who essentially can't speak for themselves, or can't represent themselves, or for whatever reason, whether it be social or language or age, or mental cognitive abilities, in the environment, political positioning, all sorts of things that mean that these people can't represent themselves and speak for themselves, and that puts them in vulnerable positions. That's probably one area. There's probably lots of other things, but if we think of children as being a vulnerable population, that's the sort of situation we're talking about. And great care needs to be taken when doing research, and when we consider the research work and that will happen with children. So I'll start that off as just a starter.
Yeah, excellent. Any other input from Professor Sophie or Dr. Michaela?
Maybe also many thanks for having me here today. Just from my perspective, and thank you so much, Daniel, for kicking off and giving already, I think, a very comprehensive overview of what vulnerability could mean. The thing that I would like to add, and that I also found very important, particularly if we talk about research, if we talk about collecting material data from donors, it's important also to take into account the time perspective. For example, talking about minors, talking about children once they become 18, I think you should reconsider how you actually reach out to them and make sure that there is a sort of continuity. So that is already one aspect I would like to add to the vulnerability. Vulnerability today might be different on a later stage.
Thank you. I'm equally delighted to be here, and I can only reinforce of what has been said before and add to the element of vulnerability by definition and vulnerability by within a certain timeline, the vulnerability in the context. So it is always the context also deciding whether you're deemed vulnerable, because if you are requiring medical care, or if you're participating in a research project, the power divide between where you are positioned within a system, the parents putting you there, or you needing care simply to survive this very moment, puts you in a fragile spot. Or the vulnerability could come in the research context much later, because an outcome is made in a research project that has an impact either on yourself, say a couple of years later when the diagnosis is very clear and nothing yet can be medically done, but could have an impact on the insurance level, or it is something genetic that even affects your extended family. And with those three elements, vulnerability is something that always has to be revisited. And I think the helpful way how to look at it is always to take it at least from two perspectives, from one that we are coming from science and research and the medical profession, as well as putting each other into the shoes of the vulnerable person, because eventually all of us had been young at some point in time and know the innocent vulnerability of being forced by our parents to wear clothes that we do not like, to something much more serious that might affect us. And how do we protect this vulnerability without making it a trait to the person per se, that is a stigma that accompanies him or her all her life.
Okay, excellent. That's a very good, excellent kind of explanation. And I believe that vulnerability, it's an evolving term that we have to revisit from time to time.
Could I just add one thing to that, and again, just to add extra layers to the discussion, vulnerable populations, and maybe this is leading into the next parts of the discussion. Vulnerability happens if the participant is in a position where they're either being drawn into research or dragged into research against their will, or without knowing what they're getting into, or without any say about what they're doing. There's another side of vulnerability, is exclusion from research, having people excluded from research because of their status as a child, or as a particular ethnic minority, or as a particular political group, or whatever, that where for whatever reason they're not able to participate in what could be really good research that could help them down the track. So there's probably two sides of the effect of vulnerability. Damage and danger to the child, or exclusion and not being allowed to participate and not being deemed to be equal participants in a study. So that's just to colour the discussion.
Yeah, totally. I totally agree with that. So just kind of to open up the discussion about the ethics and legality of having research on vulnerable population, how do we determine what are the ethical aspects of vulnerable population in different research environments? And I want to know why this is really important.
Someone else can start this time.
Yeah.
Maybe Daniel, you want to kick off with this?
Okay. How do you determine? I'm trying to keep it broad and thinking about broad issues, rather than getting too caught up in specifics, which take us down rabbit holes. How do we determine what is an ethical issue? I think we need to first of all think about what is ethics, and distinguish the difference between ethics, which is the outworking of a philosophical viewpoint. point of view or vision of view of the worldview, and it comes in, and it's considered in light of other areas of ontology and epistemology and some of those various aspects of philosophy. So there's ethics in that sort of discussion. And we have to distinguish that from another sort of discussion, which is around risk management and risk aversion. And sometimes they're two closely aligned concepts, but sometimes the two things can we think we're talking about ethics, but really we're talking about risk management and seeing whether we can do something and do it legally without being sued or putting anyone at risk. And that's not really a discussion of ethics about why we should be doing this for the beneficence of the patient and fairness and transparency and informed consent and all these sorts of things. So that's one thing to remember, that ethics is a broad issue, and we've got to be careful that and we need to have discussions about risk management, but does that detract from research? The other thing I'll say, again, just as a starter, and Michaela and Sophie might want to add to this, is that when it comes to research has to happen. And if we don't let research happen, just generally, we're not being ethical, because everything that goes on in a hospital that we do to patients, everything from just simple procedures, even the humble Band-Aid, is a result of someone doing a research study somewhere. And so if research doesn't happen, we don't improve health. And if we want to improve our health care, we have to let research happen. So we have to get that balance right between ensuring that we have the right level of control and right level of assurances and ethical behaviour in leading to beneficence and making sure people are entering into research knowing what they're getting into and knowing what they've agreed to, and so they're not going to get hurt and so on and so forth. And there's going to be greater benefit out of this than harm to an individual, all those sorts of qualities. But at the same time, we need to make sure that we're not swinging to the other side where we're so concerned about the ethics of a patient that we stop research from happening. So I would say, how do we know what's right? We need to find a right that actually keeps that level of control, but allows research to progress. And I think our ethics committees possibly should be sometimes a bit more, I know this is possibly just me reflecting what happens in Australia, more proactive in the design and the development of studies so that they can be performed in an ethical way, rather than sitting as a sort of a punitive regulatory body that just approves things, and actually get maybe more actively involved in that sort of development. So they're my sort of broad brush ideas.
I fully agree, Daniel, mainly also with the last point you make, and I think it also is very much linked to how we educate our researchers and what our values are in our own research institutions. And that is something, to be honest, that we can harmonize in the sense to make it stronger from an international perspective. And I think ethical discussions, philosophical discussions are very important, but from the perspective of a researcher, what they need are true guidelines, and they should be actually embedded in training, should be embedded in what the values of an institution are. And in that sense, I think particularly for vulnerable population, because that's quite specific, right? It's so important that at least that baseline is in place and is dynamically in place, so that indeed, as you mentioned, you can proactively change it to the situation where you're actually in. So this is already, for me, an important add-on to what Daniel was saying.
I can also only enlarge the general thought, because we have to find a striking balance between enabling research and protecting, and the GDPR puts it forward best, protecting the interests and rights of the data subject. And the same is also true for vulnerability. If the balance is not found, it does exactly the opposite. And then the saying becomes true, the opposite of well done is meant well. And then it leads to some sort of overprotection that rather stops progress, stops certain procedures. So the idea of starting a dialogue, especially with ethics committees, I think can be a way forward. I see it internationally here and there already happening. However, any institutional change of an established setup is always challenging and will take some time and as well as resources. But I believe that this is the only way, because only with this dialogue that includes the training element, that includes research integrity, that we put internationally forward, remind ourselves, and also be very honest about the cases when it does not go right, to reflect on them, to be aware that some things with by accident, whether by accident or with bad intentions, could also happen here, and then that it's meaningful to have checks and balances in place to avoid the bad case not to happen, whilst really enabling research when it needs to be enabled. And I like to call this the Nemo argument. So from the movie Finding Nemo, there is Merlin, the father fish, looking obviously for Nemo, and has, with the short memory loss suffering fish Dory, the conversation, I would never ever want anything to happen to my little Nemo. And Dory brilliantly analyzes, but then literally nothing will ever happen. And I think that is exactly the conundrum we're in with the vulnerability discussion as well. And therefore, research integrity, risk assessment, everything is somewhat connected. And at the end of the day, also leads to accountability. And I believe that in one step in the recent past that ethics committee have made forward is to include more and more representatives from patient organizations. And whenever there is really a good dialogue setup or parent representatives, then it can work. And where did it start? It started a lot of times in pediatrics, where it was just the natural thing to do anyways, always to include parent representatives. And then eventually it got institutionalized. So I think here are the lessons we really can learn from.
If I may add to that, and I fully agree that in terms of dialogue, we should really also strive to have the right people involved and engaged in a dialogue, and they can only do that if they are informed in a correct way. And I was actually in some past, I would say, tryouts on how to interact, for example, on pediatric oncological research with patients. I mean, they are the true experts living it, knowing what it's all about, and you can dialogue with a child. You can for sure, and you can involve them if you. And so also there, I think we should really think about, as researchers, as a research community, as a biobank community, we should really also think about how to dialogue with different stakeholders in a proper way. There is a lot of confidence in researchers in science, but much to my surprise, and I'm very sad about that, I've also seen in this in this current COVID crisis, that there is a lot of skepticism towards science. And I believe that it is a mischance. It's also education, but it's also getting the dialogue right and making sure that our voices are not only heard ex cathedra, but that we also listen to what the public really wants to know and what needs to know, in fact. So also there is a chance, I believe, with the research community, with all the means we have and with all these online technology and so forth, to really reach out in a proper way. So yeah, if I may add one small thing, just out of experience, we actually talk about engaging, involving expert patient organizations. This should not be perceived as just tick the box. If they are there, they should be well armed to be there in the discussions. But also, what I always felt, if I dialogue with citizens or with patient organizations, if you just take the effort to really step down and explain exactly what's it about, what it's about, then you actually get their trust. And if you have their trust, actually you do not need those guardians in between for performing research. You have actually the true end users engaged in what you want to do. And I think that is actually the key of improving the way we are actually conducting our responsible research and innovation framework, in my humble opinion, I would say.
And I mean, this is great, but I'm wondering why in some countries in the world, what's the objection behind involving patients themselves, who are the vulnerable population? Because most of the researchers I was surrounded with were like guardians, and guardians are the priority here. So why do you think there is an objection of involving the patient? Is it the ethical guidelines, the rigid guidelines, or other reasons?
May I just already speak out?
Yes,
It's a very tricky question, because it's not a simple answer, of course. But if I try to tackle that question from one perspective, I would say that we should bear in mind then that I always say that performing research, it's really a privilege, and you have to be really good, and it's a very competitive field, and our researchers are working very hard to perform their research. They should have some kind of internal moral compass, right? Because of their training, because of the values of the institution. I don't believe it's really up to the researchers to slow down their research potential because of taking into account too many multi-stakeholder dialogue initiative and so forth. It's something that should be done at another level, right? It should be within the in the institution at an international level. This is something we can organize, but we should not count too much, because involving, engaging people should not be one size fits all, and for each project you just have to tick the box. It should be a dialogue up front at a larger, from a general, more broader perspective, I believe. So that's already a concern I have. The competition is there. Research should be about the research, and it should be performed in a responsible way. So, I mean, it's a matter of organizing our community, I would say, in a larger perspective, if it makes sense.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
If I may, it makes a lot of sense to me, Sophie, and I can only assume from the nodding that we have also for all our panel, because this idea of the moral compass that can only be grounded with education and training really helps us to guide it. And also, as a researcher, we do not at every point in time need to include a patient organization or do the stakeholder engagement. Quite the contrary. What our compass then also has to turn us to is to, so to say, raise the flag and say, here is an issue, here I have to point there, or I have to include that group, or to kind of place it so that the idea of inclusion and vulnerability is not something foggy, but we can navigate through it. And in that regard, I would like to enlarge what Sophie has mentioned of what I think could be coined also as over-engagement. If we ask the same people repeatedly about the same things over and over, it creates exactly the opposite of what we want to achieve. And it's not about ticking the boxes, and it is exactly about creating, wherever it is, this platform for a dialogue, for exchange, where we are aware that we meet in the same eye line without any hierarchy. And then at least the power element of what could be vulnerability is, in the context of research, eliminated as much as can be.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I've got lots of ideas going through my head at the moment. But I think they're all characterized by one word, and that's the word trust.
Right.
You're trying to build a trust relationship between the donor and the researcher, or the donor, the clinician and the researcher, and in a clinical context, that is. And the trust does not necessarily mean you have to have all the information. but you have to have a relationship of trust. The more information, obviously, the better. But you're right, if you keep asking the person, but what about this problem, and what about this problem, and what about this problem, it engenders probably the opposite of, are you saying these things because, you know, there's a whole bunch of, there's a fear factor in there. I'm really concerned now because you keep on asking me. I'd preface that to say a couple of things. One is that doesn't mean then, get back to the moral compass question, that means that researchers have to act in a trustworthy way. And if you've got trust and researchers and organisations are acting in trustworthy, therefore transparent and open ways, then you're meeting your brief. That's good. But the reason why we have so many ethical sort of barriers sometimes is because there's an element of distrust coming in sometimes, and we've got to prove that we're trustworthy. So how do you strike that balance between some of these things in trust? The second thing I wanted to say was that in this day and age, a lot of our research is moving from cohorts of patients to personalised medicine. And to have personalised medicine means that both the clinician and the actual enabling of personalised medicine is actually almost a research experiment in itself. You know, we take a patient, we take their samples, we do some data analysis, and we work out what's the best treatment protocol for that patient, and we enable that, and so we're hoping that the measures that we've got from the sample, the information we've got from the sample, is giving us the right information to choose the right drugs to give that patient. But there needs to be that sort of ongoing discussion and discourse and dialogue, as you say, between the patient and the researchers now. And that always used to be the patient worked through the clinician and then to the researchers. And often the clinician may have been the researcher. But now we're actually having this relationship where almost the researchers are going and working directly with the patient. So it's much more of a one-on-one relationship. And that's a bit tricky to work with. As was said before, your researchers want to go and pursue their ideas about doing research, and they're the ones with the ideas, but they feel sometimes they're constrained because they've got to meet the best wishes of the individual patient. What does that patient want? So we have that sort of conflict and happening as well, or that sort of issue going on in our thinking about engaging with the patients themselves. If it's done in the context of trust and we're engendering trust, then people should be able to do the research and get on with the research, and the patient should know that that it's a good thing. And a lot of the work we've done with kids and patients, asking parents, do you think this is do you want to engage in the process? And we've done a little bit of a study on this, and saying, do you as a patient, as a parent, want to engage and continue to engage in the cancer research and learning about the cancer research that's going on in our hospital? Well, we found that the patients or the parents that gave permission for our biobank to take a sample and distribute it to researchers, the ones that did that because they thought it was going to help their child specifically, were really wanted to were about 4 to 5 times more likely to want to be engaged in the research activity than someone who just did it for an altruistic reason. Yeah, take the residual sample, give it to researchers, but I don't really want to know anything more about research. So the ones that are engaged in wanting to help their child, the vulnerable, want to engage in the research program and progress moving forward, whereas the ones that are doing it for altruistic, nice reasoning, just to get us off their backs or whatever, I don't know, just for whatever reason, don't want to engage more, which is really interesting because we think that sometimes people want to donate for altruistic reasons, but these days, because we're getting to personalised research, they want to know. And so it's an interesting relationship. And I'll just say one final thing, I'm taking too much time. The biobanker going to a patient, a parent, a family, a guardian of a vulnerable person, and giving them a consent form and asking them to contribute their, in my case, cancer samples to a biobank, that's often the first engagement that that family has with the research world, per se. And that's before any research is done, before any sample is taken, before any sort of data is collected. That consenting is really the first way in which we bring the general public into the research world. So we have to do that carefully. We have to give them assurances, build trust, make sure they know what's involved. And as we're finding, just taking Sophie's view of COVID, yes, people want a vaccine, they want the scientists to do stuff, but they don't understand the process, so they don't trust the system, so they produce, and then there's all this politics and, you know, all this other stuff gets involved. And that's all by the people who actually don't have COVID. The people probably have COVID, just like the people who have cancer want to engage. Anyway, I've talked too much. There you go.
No, thank you so much. I mean, you kind of helped me to shift to the topic of personalized medicine and precision medicine. Now, I mean, the whole world, nationally, internationally, they want to go with the vision of moving forward with precision medicine, not only for treatment, but also for prevention and other purposes. And also the biobanking, I mean, shifting from population biobanking to disease-specific biobanking. All of these are great ideas. And even if we do it in the right way, maintaining relationship with the patient and their families, doing all of the ethical guidelines, there must be sometimes some ethical and legal implication that can come out of any research project. So I just want to hear from your respective experiences. Just give us some examples. What are the possible ethical and legal issues that might arise from any of the research with vulnerable population?
I think I need a few days, but to tackle them all. Maybe if I may just pick one, and sorry, Michaela and Daniel, if you would like another one, but it's just the one that is for me today the most blocking issue that I see is in the context of personalized medicine. What we are actually doing is, and particularly if we're talking about omics, multi-omics analysis and so forth, we're producing massive amount of data that are so important also for future research purposes. And we should do everything, I believe, if we do the efforts, both on the side of the donors, the side of the research institute, the funders, if we do the effort to build these databases, we should make sure that they are open, right? This is also responsible research, open for future use. And if you then look back to what legislation is actually offering us, it's a lot of administration that does not particularly help trust. And I think we should really rethink a dynamic process of engaging, involving donors in a sensible way, so that indeed, like both Daniel and Michaela were also already saying, and we don't have to bother donors too much with too much information if they don't want it, but at least they should be engaged in a dynamic way. And there are examples that we could think about. We can think about before you are 18, you should be educated at school about what it is about participating in research, but also you should have the possibility to have some kind of dynamic consent. That might be linked to your medical profile or your medical dossier. So in a trustworthy way, of course. But what I'm actually saying is that we should try and come up as a research community, as a biobank community, we should really come up with better investments of our time than merely administration. We should invest that in a trustworthy, dynamic way of following up participation in donation and research.
I think a lot of important aspects have been mentioned to peel down the onion that is vulnerability at large, and big data, personalized medicine is in there somewhere, and it is ingrained probably in many of those peels. And one thought experiment that could help us maybe to tackle it from a different angle is to understand that the vulnerability is not only on the patient side, it's also on the research data side, it's on the side of the clinical systems that are in place. Especially within COVID, our healthcare systems are challenged due to the fact of how many people come into intensive care. So suddenly the aspect of vulnerability is also shifting. Then once this crisis is over, we might have two categories we don't know yet of vulnerability, thinking of the patients or of those who have not yet had the disease, who is discriminated against, especially if no vaccination is yet there. And just with this simple example, the idea of what vulnerability means is that whatever house we build, we have heard we have to build it on trust. We know that we have to build it on those safeguards and measures, ethical and legal, that allow us to run it. Like if we stay with the house metaphor, the electricity, when we switch on the light, we just want it to go on. That has to be secured, but all that can only work if we as a society and as a community, as a scientific community, have an understanding of what we really need to tackle. And I think the aspect of vulnerability can also help us there, as every crisis is also a chance to really look at it from the various angles. What is it that is vulnerable at this point? Is it a person? Is it a system? Is it context embedded? Yesterday I was a patient, today I'm not. My perspective obviously has changed through that. Well, I like always to also link up with the idea of motherhood here. Sometimes people turn to me and look at me, what do you say as a woman? I have no idea. I'm a woman, but I'm not a mother. I literally have no competency, no serious competency to talk anything about mother or parenthood. And I guess what the final aspect of my meandering now is that vulnerability is really a concept ingrained, and it is defined who is vulnerable from a position of power, but it is also perceived by the people who are vulnerable of feeling powerless. And that can be within the healthcare system, not having access to personalized medicine or to medicine at all, or having the stigma of a disease or having the stigma of not having had it. For COVID, we don't know yet.
That gets to the point that I was talking about before, of the vulnerable people being the ones that actually get excluded from research, not necessarily dragged into research without knowing. In Australia, we have obviously our Aboriginal population, and they have some cultural norms that they like to follow through with, just like the Maoris in New Zealand and the Hawaiian native Hawaiians in Hawaii, and the American Indians and so on. They all have cultural norms which affect how we use tissue and how we believe tissue is done. In Australia, we have encountered in our own bank an issue where the mother or the parents of the child said, yes, use your sample, but we want all the waste product back, because we wanted to have we believe that the soul is in there, and we want to have some sort of ceremonial burial, as the child was very sick. So there's a vulnerability there in culture. There's a cultural vulnerability. How it becomes an ethical problem is that because we often make our negotiations around this so convoluted, and we put up all these ethical barriers and things, that we don't make it easy to engage these people in research in safe ways, and we don't know how to deal with these things. And that's what I was saying about proactive engagement, and also what we talked a little bit about before, getting some evidence about what's the best way of managing these things, rather than coming from just a thought bubble or a philosophy. Let's get some evidence in our practices so that we've got some hard data that helps us make better decisions, policy placement, and so on. The other question, vulnerability I have, and this is another story which encountered where, as a person involved in working with childhood cancer, we often we have every now and then an opportunity to go and talk to families about research and research what's going on. And I was invited to a dinner, a bunch of families there of people whose children were going through cancer therapy. In some cases, their children had died. And I was asked to talk about things. And one particular couple was asking me all these questions about their son who died from a brain tumour. And they're asking, did he hit his head, or was it the power lines or telephones or whatever? And I tried to make some sort of scientific conclusions. And in the end, this is the dad was asking me all the questions. And then the mother suddenly stopped and said, Dan, we know our son was really sick. We know the doctors did their best. We know he didn't have a chance. We just want to know how the tumour got there. And it made me think, well, a doctor doesn't know how to answer that. They're worrying about how to get rid of it now that it's there. And nurses and social workers don't know how to deal with it. That's the job of the scientist to answer that question. And so I'm dealing with a vulnerable family. As we try to encourage people to use these samples to do cancer research to answer that question for that lady, how did the tumour get there? They're a vulnerable population too. And so we need to make sure the only way we're going to solve that lady's question is by getting research done. And so we need to make sure these things happen. That said, we need to have the right boundaries to do it, and we need to make it, and I think that's probably what the main issue is. How do we do things in an ethical, safe way? And I think all the ideas about engagement and dialogue and things is fantastic, and this is where we need to go, especially as we get into personalised medicine. But there are vulnerable people out there. We're dealing with sick populations, people who have suffer the consequences of their child or their loved one being sick, or someone getting COVID, or just the impact that has makes us all feel vulnerable, because we can't get out of our houses, we can't do our jobs, we can't go see our ailing family, we all feel vulnerable. So the society is vulnerable when we deal with sickness. And the pandemic has really highlighted how sick we can become and how vulnerable we can become as a population, and hence the need for science to actually try to answer that question. So I'll leave it at that, but that's just,
excellent. Yeah, excellent, because you kind of covered what I was going to ask in terms of how to minimize this kind of issues of confidentiality, privacy, stigma, and other aspects that comes from such research. So, unfortunately, we came to the end of the session, but I just want to hear maybe 2 words from each. If we meet next year, same time, and hopefully the pandemic will be over, do you think vulnerability concept definition will be different? Do you think legality and the ethical issues will be different in next year time if we meet in the same conference, hopefully in the same platform? Just few words from each of you.
Maybe I can start on this one now. I think that the issues will be the same, that we have a better and broader understanding of vulnerability in our respective contexts. Maybe there is some consideration of better anti-discrimination laws in some countries, in some aspects. We have more clarity, and hopefully we have better practices. But the issue of vulnerability will definitely remain, and that we have brought it on our agenda. So hopefully next year we can talk more about practical solutions, and also honestly talk about, as researchers, we learn from worst cases, what did not go well, to also say, well, these are the lessons learned, not to do that again.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, from my side, from the lessons learned part, just very briefly, so that Daniel can also add, is I would say that good science is put forward when asking the right questions. And if there is one thing that this pandemic will probably, and also when dealing with vulnerable people, will learn us, hopefully, is to put the right questions on top. And maybe next year, this is what we also will be able to do in enabling any practical way of implementation. And I hand over to you, Daniel.
very simple. If once the vaccine is out and about and hopefully helping us all, and we all have our fingers crossed that that will be the case, and once we're through all this, I just hope that people will not forget what science has done to enable them to get out of their houses, to go back to their jobs, to go and hug their kids and grandparents and so on safely, and stop wearing masks or whatever else. I just hope they remember that that happened in science, because science happens, research happens, discoveries are made, they're brought into everyday practice, and then they're forgotten, the scientists. Or they're not forgotten, they're just in history. You know, the effect of science that has and how we develop our world is important. So I just hope that as we all sort of probably get stabbed with a vaccine in some stage, or you'll get given the pill to help get rid of the virus, or whatever the treatment ends up being, that we don't forget that science is what's driven it. So.
Right. Thank you very much. Honestly, I really enjoyed this session. It's amazing. It's a very broad topic, so hopefully we meet next year with more discussions. We came to the end of this session. I would like to end this session by saying thank you again, and I hope that you stay safe.
Thank you.
No worries.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
Bye.
Bye.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, everyone. I'd like to welcome you to this QBRI, Qatar Biomedical Research Institute Symposium on Emerging Diagnostics, Repurposed Therapeutics and Prophylactics for COVID-19. Today we have speakers from QBRI, Senior Scientist Dr. Faris Al-Aji, Research Associate Dr. Noor Majbour, Senior Scientist Dr. Kolatka, and myself giving present topics. So thank you for joining the symposium. And now, without further waiting, we'll go to the first presentation. Dr. Faris.
Thank you, Dr. Paul, and thank you all for joining today. Today I'll be talking about our recent work on predictive biomarkers of progression of COVID complications. I think by now the entire world knows about the spike, the new unwelcome celebrity of the 2020. The spike protein is of the coronaviruses, and we know it's a cause of common flu, but also more severe illnesses. Luckily, we knew about the spike protein from previous endemics like the SARS and the MERS. So luckily, we did not have to discover this. But that begs the question, could we have made anti-spike vaccines that maybe could have made 2020 not as bad? This brings us to the resilience and preparedness. And while a vaccine is on the way, we still need to get better at treating the disease and preventing complications, intervening early, treating the symptoms and stopping the complications. And now we know that there are at least two drugs or two classes of drugs. The glucocorticoids have been shown in the discovery trial. It works at reducing mortality, so as the antiviral drugs, particularly remdesivir. We also need to get better at early prediction of disease severity to allow early intervention. And this brings us to our work co-led with collaborators with Hamad Medical Corporation and Anti-Doping Lab in Qatar. We had a cohort study that included 100 SARS-CoV-2 positive patients, 50 with severe complications or severe COVID disease, and 50 with mild to moderate symptoms or moderate mild disease. And of course, we had matching controls. We isolated the plasma from these patients, and at the QBRI Proteomics Core facility, we have the Olink technology for proteomics. So we were able to profile those plasma samples, and collectively we profiled 920 proteins in each sample. That's a lot of proteins. And just from the first look at the data, without any statistical analysis, without any comparison, just looking at unsupervised clustering, we could easily see that the 920 proteins depicted here in the heat map actually separate severe disease from mild and controls. From here, we took two paths. The first path was to analyze proteins which are overexpressed in severe disease versus mild and controls. And I know this map is complicated, just briefly to explain. In these red dots, we have the proteins we discovered from the profiling that are quite high in the plasma from patients with severe COVID complications. And we have in gray protein-to-protein interactions, which actually explains how complex the response of the host, our body, to the coronavirus. In blue, we have drug-protein interactions. So we looked for FDA-approved drugs that interact or inhibit those proteins that are highly upregulated in the plasma of severe COVID. There's a lot of information here, and I thought the best way to summarize it is to look at drug classes. So obviously we have the antiviral drugs, but we also have anticoagulation drugs. We have the glucocorticoids, which was shown to be effective in the recovery trial. We also have some chemotherapeutic kinase inhibitors, and of course we have immunosuppressive drugs. So there was more than 300 drug predicted by this analysis. So we still have to know, but it's comforting to know that the dexamethasone, which was shown to work and reduce mortality, came up in our study. Aspirin also came up, and this is actually entering the recovery trial as of 6th of November. The announcement was made. And we have other drugs that shown success in clinical trials, phase 1 or phase 2. So there's a lot of work to go and understand this and actually come up with something that's effective. But my opinion, and it's not really my area of expertise, I would think maybe one drug from each of these circles might work together in combination. Who knows? The next path we've taken is to actually see if we can develop a predictor, a molecular predictor that does precision prediction of a patient's risk of developing complications. And we've analyzed the 920 proteins, and we found 46 protein signature. It's shown here. It's composed of 2 modules. We calculate a score for each patient based on this expression. Each red colored dot is overexpressed and the blue ones are underexpressed. In summary, we found that the score calculated signature actually differentiates severe COVID cases from mild cases and controls, and also mild cases versus controls. We wanted to be more comfortable about this, and luckily, the MGH with the Harvard and the Broad Institute have actually done a study, and they made it public. And they did use the Olink study on a group of patients. So the nice thing about the study, they have actually looked at longitudinal. So basically, when patients first went to the emergency departments because of respiratory distress or other similar symptoms causing COVID suspicion, they got tested for coronavirus. Some of them were positive, and they continued enrolled these patients in this study, taking blood on day 3, day 7, and day 28. We calculated the signature we have. We call it the molecular severity score, exactly how we developed it from the Qatari population or the Qatari study. And we found that in patients who die eventually within 28 days because of COVID, or patients who get intubated to receive oxygen but survive for 28 days. So these would be defined as severe cases according to WHO cardinal outcomes grading. So we can see our severity score actually is much higher than controls or patients who did better, and increase over time, particularly for the patients who died, but then reduces over time, particularly after day 7. So we tested the performance of our test in this completely independent cohort, and we find that scores that are calculated on day 3, so if you collect blood on day 3 or day 7, they're quite predictive of severity. So from here, what we're planning to do, our next step is to do a clinical validation trial to test the robustness of this prognostic signature, most likely applied on day 3 to allow decision-making for clinical care. Who are the patients are most likely to develop complications, intervene earlier, be ready for them, and who are the patients who would not develop severe complications. So at the end of my talk, I would like to acknowledge my collaborators, particularly in this paper that we're publishing, particularly Dr. Mariam Al-Nasr from HMC, and of course we have a lot of collaborators. They color-coded according to different organizations that included HMC, the CDC, the ADLQ, and of course Qatar University and Kibarai. Thank you all.
Thank you so much, Dr. Faiz, for that very succinct, very clear presentation. Can I ask, for your controls, can you distinguish between patients with different infections, like bacterial pneumonia in sepsis compared to COVID-19?
Yeah, that's a very good question. Yeah. So we were lucky again with the MGH cohort. That cohort actually had people who came to the hospital with respiratory distress. About 74 of the people who presented with those symptoms did not have COVID, but they still included them. And the answer is yes. We can differentiate at time 0. Unfortunately, they only did day 0. We can differentiate between COVID and non-COVID. And that's the diagnostic style of my presentation, but I didn't want to take too much time explaining it. But the answer is yes. There's an increase of the signature with the patients who are not COVID, not SARS-CoV-2 positive, but it's not to the extent as to SARS. So I would say the signature might be prognostic or diagnostic for the disease itself, but more so when it's because of SARS-CoV-2.
And do we have an indication that some of these proteins would be risk predictors for, say, progression to really severe symptoms compared to maybe even regression and return to good health?
Some of them, yes. I mean, I'll tell you one of the proteins is ACE2, not surprisingly enough. That's one of them, for example. And IL-6 is another protein. The answer is yes. And the trend over time is quite predictive. So if I would have the luxury of running this test completely in a diagnostic lab, I would say do a test on day 3 and day 28, and maybe in between. And you can actually find out the way it behaves over time is predictive. not just one particular time points. But also, and that's a very important question, and we don't want to include it in the current manuscript we're finishing, is to actually look at agonists of the down-regulated proteins, because some of them come to my eye as something that may be protective, so it could be preventative in that sense.
Okay. Thanks so much. So now time is moving on, so maybe we can move on to the next presentation by Dr. Noor Majboor, who's a research associate in QBRI and on serology test for COVID-19. Dr. Noor, please.
Thank you so much. Thank you. So in my presentation, I will describe the work that we have done developing an in-house laboratory test that can help us estimate how many people in Qatar have been infected with SARS-CoV-2 virus, the virus that causes COVID-19. So the test is called the serology test. It's also known as an antibody test. So as you can see on the surface of the virus, there are several proteins that are expressed. We have mainly focused on the S1 and RPD domains of the spike protein, as well as the nucleocapsid protein. And as highlighted by Dr. Faris, we have also looked at the cohort from HMC, including control subjects, as well as patients at mild and severe stage. So our serology test is ELISA-based. So following sample collection and serum separation, all the proteins were coated on the surface of the ELISA plates, and then the serum samples from the patients were incubated with the viral proteins. So if the patients have antibodies against those viral proteins, they would form a complex, and that will generate a color-based readout. So in our serology test, we have mainly focused on the levels of the IgG and IgM antibodies and those serum samples. So the heat map shows the count of the serum IgG against all three proteins, the S1, RPD, and N individually and combined. And the color and the heat map intensity, the intensity of the color reflects the levels of the serum IgG. So the darker the color, the higher the levels. And as we can clearly see, either through the heat map or the bar graph, that the levels of serum IgG were much higher in patients, both mild and severe compared to control. And we can also clearly see that the levels were even significantly higher in severe patients compared to mild patients. And similar observation was also noted in the serum IgM levels in the same cohort. So we can also see that the serum IgM levels, were significantly higher in the patients compared to the healthy controls. However, as you might have noticed, that the overall levels of IgM antibodies are lower compared to IgG, but this is also expected given that IgM peaks at the very early stage of the infection. So to estimate the discriminative power, the sensitivity, and the specificity of serum IgG levels discriminating between the patients and the healthy controls, ROC analysis was carried out. And as you can see, the rates of sensitivity and specificity were above 80%, and with AUC that is above 0.9, which is considered, very strong discrimination when control subjects are compared to severe patients. Similar but lower levels of sensitivity and specificity were achieved comparing mild patients with control subjects. Now, to further validate our findings using our in-house serology test, we have explored the correlation between the data that was generated using our ELISA serology test and the data generated with Syngenix technology, more specifically using the ImmuSafe from Syngenix, which is a lab-based biochip that also measures the levels of the antibodies against SARS-CoV-2 protein. And here we look at the correlation between the levels of the IgG, serum IgG levels against the N protein, and we can clearly see that there is a strong positive correlation between the data generated with our in-house ELISA and the one from Syngenix in both mild and severe patients. A few words about our recent assay, the neutralizing assay. It's slightly different from the serology test. meaning that the neutralization assay will not only tell the researcher if the patients have active antibodies, but also will tell the researchers if the patients have effective antibodies against the virus. So the patient would have to have antibodies that can actually bind to the cell entry protein and thus block the binding of the virus to the cell and thus block the infectivity of the virus. So what we have done, we have actually expressed in-house the RBD protein. We have also expressed the ACE2 protein that is exposed on the surface of the cell. And we have also generated a nanobody. And what we have first showed in our neutralizing assay, the specificity of the RBD protein binding to the ACE2 protein. And then next, we validated the specificity of our in-house nanobody binding to the RBD protein specifically. And we also have showed the preliminary data showing that the antibody could actually bind to the RBD protein, blocking its binding to the ACE2 protein, showing that there is, so I can, say that our neutralization assay is now ready to be screened against the patients from samples to look for the ones who actually have these neutralizing antibodies. With that, I would like to thank all the patients, the volunteers, and our partners, and as well as the funding agencies. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Dr. Noor, for that very interesting presentation, very clear, interesting presentation. You see increased levels of the antibodies with increasing severity, and you showed a correlation, I think, with the nuclear protein. So does this mean then that effectively there's a correlation between the antibodies and viral load, do you think, in patients?
Well, I think I can't really say if the correlation with the viral load, but it's certainly with the immune response. So, I cannot really, decide at this stage, because the severity, we are referring to the severity of the symptoms. So I don't know at this stage if the severity of the symptoms was actually correlated with the load of the virus, or maybe because those patients had, other comorbidities, and that's why they had, more aggressive immune response.
And is there any association between the level of antibodies and the prognosis of the patient, clinical outcome?
So this is absolutely a very good point, and this is something that we are planning to look at. So this is what we have done so far was only the test was only at a single time point, and I have not yet analyzed the data. In respect to the clinical profiling of the patients.
Can you briefly? So maybe Dr. Prasanna Kalotka, please proceed with your presentation.
Okay, and so my presentation is showing a nice collaboration between the Qatar Computing Research Institute in Doha, as well as QBRI, which I'm a part of. And so it's been a really good team with QCRI and QBRI, and thus the information I'll be talking about in the next 5 minutes. And it's about doing repurposed drugs that were essentially predicted by the AI algorithms developed by QCRI, and we will be doing the validation. And so, of course, to start off with, a quick idea of what COVID-19 is, obviously, is that it's something like about 29 proteins, that's all, that make up this entire virus. But in there, in our study, we're going to be focusing on 3 of the most critical bits. Okay. We are going to be focusing on 3 of the most important proteins. And so we're looking at, we're going to be looking at obviously the PL-PRO, which is a protease associated with both replication as well as the innate immunity response and its inhibition. Also, the 3CL-PRO. This is an enzyme which is the key cleavage enzyme that breaks up all the polypeptide chains into the individual protein subunits. And finally, and not least importantly, of course, is the spike protein and really the RBD, or the receptor binding domain. And those were the 3 specific areas targeted by the people at QCRI. And their team at QCRI developed this flow. So what do? They take several different databases that have information on the sequences, but in those databases, there's also correlations with binding affinity of different drugs and compounds that are available in these other chemical databases. And so they essentially set up a framework for not just COVID, but all viruses. But in this specific study, then they narrowed it down and looked at only how these specific proteins that I just spoke about in the previous slide are going to be targeted, as they have the most information, including things like high resolution 3D structures, which can then be validated by other techniques, including what I'm going to be talking about of what we did with QCRI. So once they had come up with these 3 targets and these repurposed drugs, and as you notice, the hydroxychloroquine wasn't one of their top hits, but these standard antivirals were. But what was more interesting is that when we also did the docking, then this is in silico docking, computational docking, what we found out that something called rifabutin, it is not an antiviral, it is an antibiotic, made up some of the best hits in terms of what we see as binding to all the 2 proteases as well as the spike protein. And in fact, their AI predictions from QCRI also said that rifabutin should be a particularly good binder, and this was somewhat unexpected. However, obviously, we will need to do some more validation of that, and I'll be talking about that on a later slide. What's interesting, though, is besides rifabutin, which you can see tightly binding in all these proteins, I can't go into the details in 5 minutes, but remdesivir, a very well-known compound, obviously, which is an antiviral, it didn't bind any of these proteases, nor the spike protein. Now that's more or less as expected. The remdesivir is thought to bind the RNA-dependent RNA polymerase, so you wouldn't really expect it to bind these. So to us, it also shows that this was served as a very good control, that these algorithms and AI aren't just randomly predicting that any sort of antiviral would bind any sort of our protein. So we believe there's quite a bit of specificity to our predictions. And what I've talked about so far has been completely and absolutely in silico. So it's all nice and good what you predict in silico, but in our lab, the future direction, the very near future direction, will be actual wet lab validation, and we do that with something called isothermal calorimetry, or ITC. It's nothing more than just a really fancy and expensive thermometer. What it measures is anytime you take 2 things, let's say a protein and a drug, and you put them in the same cell, there will be a reaction if there's good binding, and that will give off an energy or a change in temperature. And based on what that shape of that temperature change and how fast it is, you can tell not only how avidly or how tight the binding is, but also what are the determinants of that binding? What are the potential side chains? Is it hydrophobic? Is it hydrogen bonds? What is creating that? So it gives you a real good profile of that binding. And finally, I just want to thank the main people involved with what we're doing. And so far, it's been Zial Islam, a very good postdoc in my laboratory, and we had a very good partnership with the QCRI team. And this work, all the way to the docking, is currently in bioinformatics. It's under revision. And in the very near future, I mentioned we'd be doing isothermal calorimetry. Now here I am thanking Dr. Swain Chen, who has already given us some plasmids to start making some of these COVID proteins in the near future. But what I should have also said, that as Dr. Noor had just mentioned a few minutes ago, Dr. Omar's lab is actually also making quite a bit of these COVID proteins. So there's a lot of synergy within the QBRI, but more importantly, we also see synergy with QCRI. Whether these compounds will be useful for COVID or not is interesting because there's a lot of vaccines coming out. But what's nice is we've set up a very good framework for the future where the computational and the wet labs are working together. And I thank you.
Thank you so much for that presentation, Dr. Pestana. Sorry I missed some of that, had to drop out because of the poor connection. So I noticed at the WISH 2020 symposium there is a session by a consortium that is involved in doing molecular graphics-based drug development against COVID-19. So how are other people have addressed this issue in the search for new therapeutics for COVID-19?
Well, I don't know about COVID-19 specifically, but obviously the whole idea of in silico docking, AI predictions, they've been pretty much at the forefront of many different labs. I mean, I think everybody really remembers the big hit stories like in the HIV and other specific viruses where they found really good binding or inhibitors. What's important about things like the graphics-based approach is you not only get a good idea of what the binding is, because you know what the atomic or molecular determinants are, you can then improve that binding by making better molecules, which is what was done with some of these other viruses. But whether we do that for COVID or 19 or not, I guess that'll be remaining to be seen.
Dr. Faris, Dr. Noor, would you have any questions for Dr. Pestana? Maybe
study. I'm actually quite keen to look at cross-checking what you're finding as predictions and what I found, because I think the antibiotic, I actually saw it in my list. I'm just checking now when you're talking about it. What's the name of it? The antibiotic?
Rifabutin. It's against tuberculosis and mycobacteria.
Yeah,
actually.
I got a lot of antibacterial, not just antiviral, and I did not understand why. Maybe you can explain why. So we should talk about this soon, I think.
Right. Okay, excellent presentation. So maybe we can pass on to the final presentation now. My presentation. Is the presentation clear to everyone?
Yes.
Okay, so I'd like to thank the organizers of Virtual Wish 2020 for inviting me to present at this symposium. And I'd like to talk about anti-cancer drug repurposing for treatment and dietary supplement for improved respiratory health and prevention of COVID-19. So I've been particularly interested in looking at the vulnerabilities of the SARS-CoV-2 virus to proteotoxicity, and this may provide an opportunity for repurposing of existing drugs for treatment of COVID-19. Drug-induced proteotoxicity is a strategy in antiviral drug development where the concentration of endogenous reactive metabolites are increased to virucidal levels. For looking at reactive metabolites, there are mainly two options. There's reactive oxygen species, ROS, which target cysteine, methionine, tyrosine, and tryptophan residues in proteins and cause oxidative damage. And then there's the reactive glycating species, such as the most reactive is glucose-derived methylglyoxal, which targets arginine residues within proteins for modification. Which one to try to increase depends on which amino acid residues are enriched in functional domains of the SARS-CoV-2 proteome. And we have a way of analyzing this. We have a bioinformatics tool called the receptor binding domain analysis, whereby we can identify amino acids in functional domains of the SARS-CoV-2 proteome. And when we looked at this, we found cysteine, methionine, tyrosine, and tryptophan were actually negatively enriched or had an enrichment factor less than 1. So actually they're depleted in functional domains. SARS-CoV-2 is resistant to oxidative damage, but arginine was enriched 4.9-fold actually, and also enriched higher than the proteins of the human host. So this means the SARS-CoV-2 is sensitive to damage and inactivation by methylglyoxal. And before the COVID-19 pandemic developed, we'd already identified drugs that increase methylglyoxal in cells to virucidal levels. And some of these are anti-tumor drugs. So this provides a strategy now for looking at anti-tumor drugs and their anti-SARS-CoV-2 activity. In the next slide, I show in a scheme how we envisage this playing out. there are two key proteins in the SARS-CoV-2 virus that are sensitive to MG modification, the spike protein and the nuclear protein. Modification of the spike protein by methylglyoxal would block infectivity by the virus, and if any MG modified virus was produced during drug treatment and leaks out of cells, it's then an inactivated virus and would behave like a vaccine, an inactivated virus vaccine to increase host immunity. Modification of the nuclear protein by methylglyoxal prevents viral assembly and then terminates virus replication. So these are really two important responses and could mediate effective treatment by drugs that can increase methylglyoxal. And the two drugs that we identified were shown there, doxorubicin and paclitaxel. And we're now evaluating these drugs against live virus with collaborators in Qatar University. Secondly, that we have the problem is how can we prevent COVID-19 and be better prepared to resist future waves of coronavirus respiratory infection? A key risk factor for susceptibility to SARS-CoV-2 infection is age-dependent decline in lung function. And here I show in the slide the trajectories of lung function decline in men and women. And you can see above the age of 60 and 80, that's when our lung function starts to decline. And this leaves us susceptible to respiratory infections. Actually, the drivers of age function decline are hyperactivation of cell-mediated immunity, increased production of monocyte chemoattractant protein 1 MCP1 and interleukin-8 neutrophil chemoattractic protein 1 that leads to increased recruitment of monocyte-derived macrophages and neutrophils into the lung of elderly people. They're activated and then they trigger fibrosis and stimulate decline in lung function. So the problem is, how can we prevent decline in lung function? How can we prevent the decline in lung function in the elderly? And the solution, I suggest, is an evidence-based dietary supplement to decrease MCP1 and interleukin-8. Dietary supplement, because dietary supplements are very safe and are appropriate for long-term administration, such as this application for prevention in an elderly patient group. And before the pandemic developed, we optimized a dietary supplement and evaluated it in the Healthy Aging Through Functional Food study, which was optimized to reverse insulin resistance and for prevention of type 2 diabetes. In a randomized double-blind placebo-controlled crossover clinical trial, we gave the supplement oral capsule once daily of 90 milligrams trans-resveratrol and 122 milligrams hesperidin. These are compounds found in red grapes and citrus fruits, respectively, but are given here at doses higher than you can achieve in the diet. And the remarkable finding was that this supplement decreased interleukin-8 and MCP1, the target inflammatory mediators we're seeking if we want to try to prevent lung function decline in the elderly, by 31% and 49% respectively. This is measured in peripheral blood mononuclear cells, PBMCs, but we would need to see if we get a similar response in lung alveolar epithelial cells. But now it's a target, it's a potential dietary supplement to repurpose to the elderly to try to prevent decline in lung function and provide resistance to developing COVID-19 and other respiratory infections. So key messages are SARS-CoV-2 coronavirus appears vulnerable to modification by reactive metabolite methylglyoxal. Anti-cancer drugs increasing MG are being evaluated for therapy of COVID-19. Dietary supplement trans-resveratrol hesperidin may be repurposed to prevent lung function decline and provide resistance to COVID-19 in the elderly. And as vaccines for COVID-19 emerge, we need to maintain our impetus in antiviral drug development and respiratory health prophylaxis for future resistance to respiratory infections. Then I'd like to thank my research team working with me in the MG and glyoxylase research group shown there, Dr. Mingzhang Zhu, Dr. Alberto Lidafuente, Dr. Patrick White, and PhD students Mariam Al-Motor and Aldan Al-Nefs, and also our collaborators at Qatar University, Dr. Naila Rabbani, Dr. Heba Al-Khatib, and Dr. Hadi Yassin. And I'd like to thank Qatar Foundation and Qatar University for funding, and also you for your attention. Thank you so much. So, are there any questions? There's
Dr.
no
Paul,
questions.
Dr. Paul, you mentioned that MG and MGO, you could use anti-cancer drugs to potentially increase them. Are there any natural products that also have large amounts of these, or would it have to be a drug therapy?
Yeah, that's an interesting question. I mean, we need anti-cancer drug-induced increase in methyl glyoxal because they increase the flux of methyl glyoxal production. People have, it would, for example, if you were to give a bolus of methyl glyoxal orally, it would be metabolized so effectively by human tissues, you wouldn't be able to increase it. But these anti-cancer drugs have the ability to increase flux within inside cells and raise the cellular level. We also have an experimental drug, which is called a glyoxylase 1 inhibitor, which inhibits the main enzyme of methyl glyoxal production, and it can have potentially antiviral activity, and has been studied for anti-cancer activity in the past. So we have these studies ongoing with the virology researchers in Qatar University. It's too early to say what the outcomes are, but it's looking very promising. And maybe we will stimulate other people to explore this interesting area of producing proteotoxicity to the SARS-CoV-2 virus. And of course, we're all hoping that MG modification turns out to be the Achilles heel, the weak point, or one of hopefully more than one weak point of SARS-CoV-2, so we can get effective treatments for COVID-19. It's also interesting about this decline in lung function in the elderly, I think, which probably underlies a lot of predisposition of the elderly to COVID-19. And the elderly, we know, over the age of 65, 70 are the people at most of risk of severe disease. And about 54% of the variation in lung function decline is controlled by genetics. So there's quite a strong environmental factor. So it would be difficult just by genomic sequencing alone to identify people at risk, I think, of relatively rapid lung function decline. There seems to be other environmental factors that maybe could be picked up in a proteomic abundance screen, like as Dr. Faris talked about in his presentation. But I think that is also very interesting to try to develop prophylaxis so we get increased resilience of our vulnerable populations in the future to future waves of SARS-CoV-2, which I hope there won't be many, or other coronaviruses that may jump species barrier in the future. But we need to be prepared, and with treatments, with better diagnostics and prophylactics, inshallah, we will be better prepared next time. So are there any comments? We have a few more minutes to go before the end of the session.
Yes, Dr. Paul, I think we have a couple of questions, actually. The first question, I think, for PK. What can be the possibility of rifabutin in COVID drug use?
I mean, I think that's a good question, and that's what we were wondering when we came up with these results. And I think Dr. Faris is probably wondering the same thing, given his results. And my feeling is that obviously further validation is needed. I don't think we need to do another hydroxychloroquine. I mean, I think we need to be careful, because as we start developing a set of drugs that has some efficacy, I think any new entrant should already be quite validated. Having said that, it's an FDA-approved drug, so it's most likely already going to have a lot of the toxicity and other screens that it's passed. So perhaps it could be introduced relatively fast. But again, I would do other validation, including binding. What I didn't have a chance to say earlier was cellular assays, and I'll leave it at that.
And that actually goes the same, because so the second question, it asks about repurposing. I'll come back just to follow on with PK. Drug repurposing, it's usually you follow FDA-approved drugs, so you don't have to do a clinical trial, particularly when you're trying to do quickly. But also there's prior information. For example, I mentioned I saw in the network analysis I've done 300 drugs. I mean, that's a lot of drugs. Which one is right? And the first thing I noticed, just reading about the drugs, some have contradictions with others. So clearly, pharmaceutical and medical information has to come in before doing anything like this. But also what both Dr. PK and Dr. Paul mentioned, we are in collaboration to do these, infection assays in vitro to actually understand it, to really characterize it, and then go to trials. And this all sits in a longer-term resilience plan. I mean, God forbid, but let's say we got SARS-CoV-3, right? It's possible. We need to get better at treating the disease because we might need a new vaccine or something goes wrong. Again, God forbid, but we need to start learning how to treat the disease itself. So the viral pneumonia and the ARDS, the acute and severe respiratory syndromes. So that's what we need to get better at. And clearly, with the repurposing or the work done with the recovery trial, it had an impact globally. So I don't know if it was in Science before the weekend. In the US, mortality has decreased by 30% because of better treatments. So treatments are important. The last thing the second question also included, there are multiple factors relating to COVID severity and certification, and larger validation is needed. Could not agree more. The study we did, we actually corrected for BMI, for obesity, for many things. And we've also discovered some clinical parameters that were available because HMC have done a great job by collecting all the clinical information. And we find things that no one has considered them before, and things that people have just realized, like neutrophil counts, it's correlated with severity. And the point from all of this work, I mean, we've done a study with 100 cases, the MGH, the full data had 306 cases. And, this cross-validation is comforting, but yes, of course, we're planning to do another follow-up study to actually, the first ones were discovery, now we're looking at validation. And the idea is to try, as soon as 3 days, 4 days, maybe, or symptoms, do this triaging of patients, high risk, low risk.
Yeah, there are some questions coming in now, actually. One is, how does the antioxidant like vitamin C or zinc help in prophylaxis? Well, that is a very interesting, because in the very early days in Wuhan in China, there was very high dose vitamin C given, very extremely high dose, infusions, I think equivalent to giving about 20 grams a day. And in initial open trials, there was some suggestion maybe of benefit, and they were doing then a randomized a blinded trial, I think, to finish in September this year. I haven't heard what the outcome is. The issue is really over efficacy, and usually if you get more than, say, I think 200 milligrams vitamin C dose a day, it's washed out in urine, so you don't get any health benefit above 200 milligrams. And it's maybe not conceivable that we could go, well, we need to see if this very high level vitamin C infusion has any effectiveness in randomized trial. And probably if it does, it's working by something other than an antioxidant level mechanism, because of this very high loading effect. And then question 4, do you think aerobic fitness of lungs through exercise have any bearing on health in the elderly? I guess that's a question for me. I think, of course, as we're all encouraged to have a good diet and do regular exercise to keep healthy in later years, then I think it could help. I mean, of course, there are some obvious things that lead to deterioration of lung function. One, of course, is smoking and other asthmatic-like exposure to pollution and develop a sort of asthmatic-like hypersensitivity responses in the lungs, and prior serious infection with, say, and development of pneumonia. They all are risk factors for decline in lung function. But so if we could get a really good prophylactic and help our elderly maintain stronger lung function, it could probably provide some resistance to help them be more resilient to respiratory infections. So we're coming to the end of the session now. They say the session will be extended 5 minutes. So would we all like to make some concluding remarks briefly? Dr. Faris?
Yeah, so I mean, COVID has been a very hard experience for everyone, but it actually was good collaboratively across Qatar Foundation entities. We all have good collaborations with many different places and built relationships. And these are important for the future because the coronavirus have entered have become like the flu now. I don't want to scare anyone, but we have to be careful, resilient, and prepared. So all the things that we have been doing is targeted towards this. And even if a vaccine comes, it might take some months before it's distributed and there's enough doses for everyone on the planet. And we also have to be ready for the future. We don't know, and it's been a waking up experience. And I would love to see that what we discovered, at least from the projects I've talked about with HMC, is actually get it validated and move forward, because early prognostication might do a lot in terms of earlier treatments.
Dr. Noor, your concluding remarks, please.
Well, I think maybe the thing I enjoyed the most, was how we were able to redirect our expertise and our know-how to a different field. I personally have no background in virology at all. My background is mainly antibodies and assays development and protein chemistry. So it was, a very good learning experience for me to apply that expertise for a different purpose and a different cause.
Okay, thanks. Dr. Prasanna, your concluding remarks.
Just two quick ones. One is, it really has shown us how much in shape we should all stay. It's not about aging. It's not about anything. And we don't need doctors. We need ourselves to really have a healthy lifestyle. And the second thing is, as everybody has said, Dr. Noor, Dr. Faraz, and yourself, I think we're really doing great collaborative work throughout Qatar. If not COVID, we'll be ready for the next onslaught, and it will come.
Yeah, I've been really impressed by all colleagues in QBRI, how they've turned their ingenuity, experience and expertise into tackling this unprecedented issue of the COVID-19 pandemic. And we've all had expertise that can help fashion, I think, improvements in diagnostics, repurposing of therapeutics, and maybe look towards also prophylactics to provide populations with improved resistance and resilience to this type of infection. Inshallah, we'll get good progress with this, and hopefully we can push back very strongly against COVID-19 and any similar coronavirus infections that make a species jump to pose a threat again. So I think we're almost at the end of the session now. So I'd like to thank you all so much for your presentations. They were so beautiful slide presentations and nice commentaries on your research. And thank the people who sent us in questions, very interesting questions. And if there's any more things you would like to follow up, please contact us at QBRI. You can find our contact details on the QBRI web pages. We'd be very keen and interested to hear from you. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Bye. Assalamu alaikum.
Assalamu alaikum.
Hello and welcome to Wish Innovation Adapting to Thrive session. My name is Mahmoud Al-Ashi, Head of Innovation at the World Innovation Summit for Health. As you know, innovation in health is important. And after this year, no one can say that health and health innovation are not important. We're all interconnected. Without a healthy population, individuals and economies are not able to function effectively. The healthcare market is the people and providers, is everyone. No one can say that healthcare or health innovation is not vital. At Wish, we believe that without innovation in health, we cannot improve the healthcare ecosystem. Therefore, we have launched 2 innovation competitions to support entrepreneurs from across the globe to work together for a greater cause, which will help all of us to live healthier, longer, and happy lives. And so far, at Wish, we helped 128 innovation, all came to solve a healthcare issues affecting their lives and the lives of their loved one. Came with ambition to make the world a better and safe place. In this session, I have with me 2 bright minds who showcased at Wish Summit in the previous years. They will be talking about their innovation, the pitfalls, and their successful stories. Allow me to introduce them. My first innovator is Adabeju from Nigeria. She showcased at Wish Innovation in 2015. Her innovation is mother delivery kits, which contain sterilized products a woman needs during childbirth to prevent potential fatal complication. And I'm not going to talk more about it because I would like her to discuss it in this conversation. Just give me 1 more minute to introduce the second innovator. And my second innovator is Carlos from Argentina. He showcased at Wish Summit in 2016. His innovation is the OTA project, which is a communication platform for speech impaired people that used image and environmental data, allowing the users to create a sentence in 7 seconds. So let's start with you, Adabeju. For the people who doesn't know you, or people who's joining us for the first time, can you tell us about where the mother delivery kit came from and how was it born?
So Mother's Delivery Kit, Mother's Delivery Kit is a product that came out of the fact that we're trying to connect accessibility and affordability together in rural communities. In Nigeria's rural communities, you have about 50 million women, and that's where they live and work. A major challenge in this community is access to quality sterile supplies needed during childbirth. And it was while going on different trips to communities that I found out that women give birth on bare floors. They use their mouth to suck up mucus from noses of newborn, and they improvise because all the things that we consider basic in the cities, and many of you would even find very strange, those things are like luxury items. I mean, things like gloves, things like mucus extractor that cost just 50 cents. Those things are luxury items, and it's understandable because Lagos, which is the commercial capital of Nigeria, is where many manufacturing takes place. Before all those companies move these commodities into rural communities, the prices triple, or sometimes they multiply by even 4, 5. I mean, making them out of reach to many of these rural women. And so Mother's Delivery Kit puts together all these sterile supplies in a bid to ensure that women are able to afford it. And then we had an arrangement with birth attendants that help women make contributions to the use of the kit at every antenatal service. So it encourages them to go for antenatal because you continue to make contributions, you're able to split, the payments for the kit. The kit costs about 1,000 naira, which is about $2. And so you are able to make contributions every time you go for antenatal. So if you go for 4 antenatals, you do 50 cents per antenatal, and then on the day of delivery, you are able to use the kit over a 9-month period. I mean, so that's what Mother's Delivery Kit was doing. Currently, we are in over 346 communities in Nigeria. We are in 30 out of Nigeria's 36 states. And then this year, we introduced baby cereals into part of the offerings that we're making to mothers and their babies because we discovered that by the time this the children we celebrate today, many of them, only about half of them will live to see their 5th birthday. Malnutrition is going to kill them. And so we started looking at having our own locally made cereal to be able to support babies to live beyond the first 1,000 days of life. And that's part of what we are currently doing now, given the COVID, given the drop in household income, given all the challenges to be able to access necessary nutrients for babies to grow effectively, as well as sterile supplies. So we're using basically the same supply chain lines that we use for our mother's delivery kit for our new product, which is also included in the kit.
That's really interesting, and I'm sure we would like to learn more about it. I know there is a personal story behind the creation or the born of this mother delivery kit, but let me go back to Carlos. And Carlos, I would like also to hear your story. So what was the cause behind the creation of the OTA project?
So imagine if tomorrow you wake up as you're used to, but you cannot talk. You cannot talk with your wife, with your kids, with your friends. Exactly that is what happened to my own grandmother. And that's why we had created OTA project. We had created an alternative augmentative communication system for people with disabilities. That's the very, very, very spike of what made us create OTA project. We have seen the lack of communication methods that are available worldwide, while we are having super powerful small computers that fit into everyone's pocket. So we have decided and take the determination of create a tool that understands the environment where the people is situated and allows them to communicate with the person that is in front of them or with people that is not closely around by social media, by WhatsApp. So in the very first moment, we understand that we don't have any speech impairment, adjust really quickly the communication as soon as we change environment. For example, now I'm in the office. After this, I'm going to the gym, and after that, I'm going home. So as we change locations, change the time of the day, change the weather or your agenda, you adjust immediately your communication abilities. So we had created a powerful predictive algorithm that understands the environment where the people is to suggest different images that the user only have to tap on the screen or use accessibility devices that we have already created for motor impaired people, allowing them to create a sentence and to be able to voice it out.
That's interesting. And nowadays there's more innovation, and specifically in healthcare, are using artificial intelligence and algorithm to help and support a lot of healthcare issues. So as we know that there's always the difficulties and challenges. So what are the difficulties or some of the difficulties you have faced during this journey?
That's a really big question. Almost a year ago. So just to give you like a sum up, we started with my brother with almost no capital to create the company, and during 3 years we managed to have 15 people in our company working with us. We managed to have a complete office, a floor, in a building. So we were super happy about all the progress that we have made in this short period of time. We are improving more than 40,000 people's lifetime with our technology. And I remember it was a Saturday here in Argentina. The weekends it's on Saturday and Sunday, right? So we were on Saturday having a barbecue with my brother, and we suddenly got a call, right? So my brother picked the phone, and I saw him like going down to the floor.
Yeah.
I said, "Whoa, what happened?" So one neighbor from our office building told us that there has been a robbery in our building. So in one day, in one night, we lost everything. All the computers, all the tablets, everything. So that was one of the main toughest point that we have to face as a company, because we are a startup, right? We have limited amount of money, we have limited amount of time, of runway and everything. And from one day to another, you are completely in zero. Yep. I mean, the only thing that we have left, it was the people that work with us. And thanks to the cloud, we have all the software in a backup there. Yeah. But that was one of the main difficulties that we have to face, starting over.
So thanks for the cloud. Adebiju, what about you? What are the challenges you faced throughout your journey? You're muted, Adebiju. Can you unmute yourself, please?
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, so for me, I mean, Mother's Delivery Kit was started as a result of the death of my friend who died at childbirth. She died in the city. She had access to money, she had access to education, she had access to quality health personnel, and she still died at childbirth. And that's why I started going into rural communities. And I'm like, okay, these people are giving birth on bare floors. You know, that means that they need a delivery mat. Okay, they're tying polythene bags on their hand. That means they need a glove. They're using their mouth to suck out mucus. They need mucus extractors and things like that. I mean, they sound very simple. I mean, who would refuse a glove? Who would, you know, want to continue to lie down on the floor, you know, to give birth? You would think that those things are like normal. I mean, you should go there. They should be happy you are giving them gloves. They should be happy you are bringing all those things. But then, you know, in my work across rural communities, I found out that they are wired differently. They think differently. Circumstances have made them so different. I mean, in terms of practices that have now become habitual culture and tradition. I mean, they now have firm belief in something and absolute doubt in so many things that you think are regular. I mean, so I get into communities and I find them rejecting gloves. No, they don't want gloves, you know, because they like it this way. And I'm like, no, gloves can, you know, prevent infection, can help do this. And they'll be like, no, but look at them. They've grown old, you know, and they didn't die. That's all, you know, if their parents gave birth to them without gloves and they are still alive, I mean, their children can survive too. So all those behavioral changes are things that we consistently face in rural communities as we walk from one community to the other. And it doesn't also help that Nigeria has a lot of regions and a lot of culture and tradition. So there's no one cap fits all. It's constantly different. The stories, the cultures are totally different. There is a culture that says that, I mean, what's a delivery kit without olive oil? You need to have olive oil in that delivery kit in the parts in Nigeria, because they believe that, I mean, the priest needs to be able to pray on the olive oil, and the woman needs to be able to apply the olive oil on her forehead as she delivers, and that's what will save her from dying at childbirth. Not all the things you are bringing. So if you make any kit or circulate any kit without olive oil in it, it's not going, nobody is going to buy it, or they're going to buy it and still go out there to go and buy olive oil. So that means that whatever we are doing for those people in that community, we have to include olive oil in it. Olive oil, I mean, applying it on your forehead is just faith-based. I mean, if you like it like that, no problem. But use the glove, use the delivery mat, use the corrective gel, use everything in addition to the olive oil, it's fine. You go to another community, you find out that it's herbs. They believe that herbs can help prevent postpartum hemorrhage. And then we took our doctors there, they looked at the herbs, and like, these herbs are just steady, regular vegetables you use to make soup, you know. But they believe that these herbs are things that can help, you know, prevent postpartum hemorrhage. So they're like, okay, no problem. In addition to using misoprostol, no problem, use these herbs. And you see these women, actually, they believe so much in the herbs. And you find out that the birth attendants, the traditional birth attendants, even sell the herbs. You know, you are able to choose the type of fish you want in the herb. You are able to choose the type of spices. It's just basically soup. But they believe so much in it that as they continue to drink this soup, on the day of delivery, they will not have postpartum hemorrhage, and that their children will come out fresh and chubby looking. I mean, how that works, I don't know. But because they firmly believe in it, and because we have seen that it's not harmful practice, you know, we can say, in addition to the herbs, the soup, you know, it's just basic regular soup. Use the things in our kits. I mean, so we have always tried to find a win-win situation with all the birth attendants that we work with, in all the communities we work with, trying to create behavioral changes. We understand that this would not happen by magic or by just the tap of the hand. This is a gradual process, and we continue to work on it as we expand to many more communities.
And I would like to ask now about the role of the friends and the family. I don't know if you are.
So in different areas in Nigeria, you have different people holding the power who decides whether a woman should, the woman hardly decides anything, especially when she's pregnant in so many communities and so many cultures and traditions. So in some communities, you find out that it is the mother-in-law that holds the power. So the mother-in-law decides whether the woman should go see a traditional birth attendant, or whether she should go to the hospital, or whether she should go see a herbalist. The mother-in-law decides. And then in terms of some other areas, people rely on the experiences of others. So this person gave birth at this place, and you look at her, she's healthy, she came back home with her children. Okay, so I will go there too. So those things, everybody else in many communities, everybody else are able to decide what they want to do with their lives, how they want to, where they want to have their children, except the woman who is actually pregnant. She's the only one that has to now rely on so many other people deciding for her when she should have a baby and whether she should live or die.
Great. I am going to share my screen because I have 2 slides, and I would love to ask you, Carlos and Adebiju, about your feedback. And just give me 1 minute, please. Okay, so Adebiju, I know that you have met the former President of the United States, Barack Obama. So first of all, I would like to tell you or ask you how this meeting came to light, and what was your feeling when you were talking about your innovation to Barack Obama?
I'm really surprised seeing this photo here. So the interesting thing is, we just entered the Global Entrepreneurship Week, and this meeting also was around youth entrepreneurship at the White House in Washington in 2015. And it was really awesome meeting President Barack Obama. I think that the lesson that has never left me since this meeting is the fact that there can be humility in service. Service is about humility. He exemplifies servant leadership to me. And this was so strange because in my country, you don't meet the president this way. You don't, how? What are you doing near the presidential villa? For what reason and how? Why? How would this even happen? So it was a big lesson in humility in leadership as well as servant leadership. Talking to him and genuinely hearing him listen and ask questions about what I'm doing actually inspired not only me, but even my team back home then, as well as all the communities that we were serving. Everybody began to see more important value in what we were giving them. This was a game changer for us. It was a huge game changer. We had more reception in so many communities. So many people wanted to be able to listen or meet the girl who met Obama. That was just it for so many people. And you go to some communities, they'll be like, okay, so you're the one who met Obama. Shake me. I'm never going to wash my hand again and things like that. So it was really very, very, it was very amazing. It still gives me I still feel that it's still awesome. Looking at this photo and just thinking about myself 5 years ago and understanding that the journey has never been easy, but nobody promised us that it would be easy. We're only told that it will be worth it at the end.
Of course, I'm sure it's going to be always nice memory to go to. Now, Carlos, I know that you also have a lot of milestones. And the last one is this year, actually. You won the first prize in the health category at the Technology Innovation Pioneer Summit in 2020. So can you tell us more about it? Or how do you think your participation and the prize have helped you to move forward with your innovation? I think you muted, Carlos.
Sorry.
No.
It's something that coming from a Latin American country to be recognized with this prize, it's something that it gives you a lot of credibility in terms of what you're doing as an entrepreneur, right? Mm-hmm. Many times entrepreneurs, community thinks that entrepreneurs are crazy until they really succeed in terms of technology development and impact, or until some recognized institution said, I will give you this award because it's something substantial that you are doing for lifestyle, for quality, right? So it's something that it helps open doors. So it quite help us a lot to have this prize, this award, this recognition, and also to be invited this year again to participate at WISH. That it's a real honor to be here and to be able to keep showcasing, to be telling our story, to be telling the people in the globe that technology can came from everywhere, right? And here in WISH specifically, health innovation came from everywhere. As a country like Argentina, right, a South American country, and it's something that these kind of awards or places or showcasing opportunities is really important for startups and for entrepreneurs.
Definitely. And actually this year also we have loads of innovators coming from, again, across the globe, from 11 countries, all the way from the East, New Zealand, Australia, until we're talking about America as well. So I invite all the listeners and all the people who watch us to go and explore the Innovation Hub and the website and the Innovation Hub and the platform and engage with them. I have a question from Wissal, but before I ask this question, I just want to carry on with Carlos and ask you one more question, please. Where do you see the friends and family comes in the entrepreneurs? Like, where do you let them involve in the beginning or halfway through? Can you tell us this relationship?
It's a really crucial question for every entrepreneur. From my experience, everyone that succeed has the family support. I'm telling about parents when you are like a teenager and you're trying to create your own tech startup or anything, and also when you keep growing in the adulthood, to have the support of your wife, of your life partner, of anything. It's crucial because it's well known that creating a company, a startup, and a tech startup, it's like go into a roller coaster, right? There are some times that you are going up, super happy, super positive, everything is growing, the team is supporting, and suddenly back down. So in those down times, it's really, really important to have your family support, because it's the one that keeps you up, that push you up again. And for us, in my personal opinion, it was crucial to have my brother involved as a co-founder and CTO, and I will be always thankful to my parents that support us in the very beginning, not only spiritually but also with money.
That's great. So speaking about the downtime and like the time when you feel down, I'm gonna go to Adebiju because I know that I haven't talked to you for ages now. So what do you do? Like, where do you get this motivation, the inspiration, the things that keeps you going? Tell us about it. Like, what do you do when you feel down? What is the thing that gives you this motivation to go and carry on doing or working on this innovation?
So sometimes, clearly, we all have down moments where we ask ourselves questions that, is this really what we want to be doing? Is this for how long are you going to do this? And is this really worth it? Are you doing the right thing? Those questions are like very valid questions. They come out of the blue sometimes, and you understand that you give yourself to people a lot, and then you wonder about yourself, and you try to look for some of the ways that you yourself have to rejuvenate and things like that. So for me, it's as simple as a message from some of the people that we have saved. Or sometimes they even do videos and tell us, look at it, look at your product, if not for your product, look at the results. This is just so amazing. Thank you very much for this. Those things, without doubt, keep me going. The photos of newborn babies, the videos of people celebrating because of something that we are doing, it just makes us never stop. I mean, engagement with teams like Wish and different webinars that you're able to attend and different things just to provide support for yourself, because you give so much out to others, and sometimes we forget about ourselves and how to help keep ourselves in terms of self-care, you know. And so for me, it's sometimes just going back to those videos, watching them again and seeing new photos and touching base with the people at the community level and seeing so much progress. I mean, why would you want to throw that away? I mean, why? You think about what could have happened if you were not doing this, you know, and so we just keep going.
That's great. So I have a question from Wisal. She's basically saying that she's a senior school medical student in Algeria, but then also she find out that she have developed a huge admiration to med and health tech, and she's wondering if you guys can give her an advice. What should she do after graduation of the medical school next year? So shall we start with you, Adebiji, since you're still talking?
So for me, this is kind of funny because you know that I'm trained as a lawyer.
Yes.
Yeah. So, you know, here I am talking about healthcare. I'm talking about all the things that make me wake up early in the morning and all the things I'm very excited to do. So I would say this. For me, two things. One, follow your passion. And the second thing, never ever let your degree, your educational degree, never let it put you in a box. Don't think that because you have studied something, it's the only pathway to be able to touch life and change lives. You know, sometimes you take lessons from that thing that you have studied and apply it into the new things that gives you so much energy and passion to continue to go on. For me, it's my sense of justice. It's that thing that law has given me. I do not like seeing injustice. I do not like it. And so taking that passion for justice into healthcare makes me continue to fight for women in rural communities and so many babies dying needlessly. And so because of that, I'm able to say that everyone has a right to life. Everyone should live. How we get around that, how we make that happen is the good thing. So I can combine my law with healthcare to be able to ensure that that right is protected. And so I would say follow your passion. Never let your degree put you in a box. Explore and just find your roots yourself. Just close your eyes and continue to find your roots.
That's a great advice. What about you, Carlos? From your point of view, would you? I'm sure the passion and follow your dreams is always. I think to everyone is the same. But do you have something else to add into that, like an advice to Wasal?
It's really difficult to add something about Adabi said. It's completely true. Follow your passion and don't let your degree make a direction. I have a bachelor degree in business communication, and I'm running a health tech startup. Nice. So, I mean, I'm saying this because it's what life challenged me to say. Okay, you will be the one that develops the best alternative communication platform out there to improve people's lifestyle. So I completely agree. You need to follow your passion to find a problem that I know that this has been said many times, but it's completely true. Of course, there are ups and downs, but you need to find something that you care about to solve. In this particular case of this student, it already has some tools to go and face any challenge that they have, right? So they have all the physician's background to say, okay, I will see what I want to do with my life. Take it super easy, because it's not easy at all to find out that answer that she's looking for. But look for something that you care to solve and to improve. That's my feedback.
Thank you, Carlos. I know we are almost 9 minutes before the end of this session, so I would like quickly to ask you, what is the lesson learned from this journey so far? What you have learned from the very first day until now, where you stand, Carlos?
That's a question that has 5 years. 5 years. It's really difficult to narrow it down. It has many emotions and feelings.
So how about what is your one big lesson learned that you would like to share with the next innovators, the people who are joining us this year and the people who would like to join or become an entrepreneur in the healthcare?
That personally you can do it. Anyone can do it. My father is a farmer and my mom is an architect. And I'm leading a tech company in healthcare. We have 9 employees. We have operations in 11 countries. Fortunately, I got a proper education. It's really important to learn, and learn. Keep learning, keep studying. And it's really, really important to believe, personally, deep inside yourself, that if you want to do something in this ultra connected world, that we have all access to everything with our phones, you can do it. It's something that if you see a challenge and you want to face it, do it, because you can.
For sure, for sure. How about you, Adebeju? What is your one big lesson learned that you would like to share with everyone?
Oh, well, since Carlos has said that you can do it, I think that maybe we should just bring this searchlight on the business part of it, which would be the fact that, I would say, listen to your customer. Always listen to the ultimate user of whatever it is you are producing, whether it is a service, whether it is a product. Listen to your customer, because it's the way to innovate, it's the way to disrupt, it's the way to continue to lead, and it's the way to remain consistent and constant in a market that is constantly changing.
That's really good. So I know that we have 5 more minutes, so that's great. Great. So I have one more question to ask for you. So if you have, someone came to you, for example, a friend of yours, asking for a direction, support, what would you tell them? Or let me maybe rephrase the question and let's put it in a different context. So if you have been given a chance to go back in time, but with the knowledge you have right now, what would you do differently? Adebeju?
Okay, so what will I do differently if I had the knowledge that I have now and I'm able to go back in time with the knowledge that I have now? I would say that I would have probably started this earlier. I started Mothers Debate in 2014. I would have started it earlier. I would have, with the knowledge that I have now, I would not have wasted the first set of time trying to just convince people to use these gloves, is good for you, use this mask, you're not going to. I would have taken more time to engage directly community leaders, to engage directly the members of the community, to also find out more intrinsically what they really want, why they do what they are doing, and then draw that lesson to be able to now work collaboratively, more collaboratively with them. So for me, the lesson would be in having deeper interactions with community members. In the beginning, it was hard trying to create behavioral changes, because I believe that, who would reject the gloves? Why would anybody reject gloves? Why would anybody reject this thing? But hey, so I think that lesson going back, it's something that I would take with me.
Right. Thank you. Carlos, what about you? So again, the same scenario. If you have the same knowledge you have right now, and you've been given this one wish to go back in time, what would you do differently?
So, my personal, super personal opinion, I will try to enjoy more the ride, enjoy all the experiences that we have gone through. We have met the Princess of Qatar. We have met the President of Argentina. We have met a lot of people that maybe because of the context or the pressure that we have of being creating this startup, maybe you don't enjoy those seconds that you have, that it will more easily. I would try to enjoy more the ride, and yeah, I think that would be the main thing.
That's great. So here you go, everyone. Basically, it's about enjoying the moment, enjoying this journey, follow your passion, keep going on your path that you like, and study more. And then I think that's it. Do you like to add anything, Carlos or Adabiju? Do you think you'd like to add anything into this conversation before we conclude? We literally have 2 minutes.
Just to close up, I would really like to thank all WISH organization to give a little bit back to the community of young innovators from our knowledge and experience. It's a really good job that you are doing, and I'm really thankful for the opportunity.
Thank you very much, and we'll definitely be connecting again. And what about you, Adabiju? Is there anything you?
Just basically to thank WISH for the constant support over the years. It's been so consistent, it's been so constant. They have always been a source of recourse. We always come back to you every single time. Thank you for the support you give entrepreneurs out there. It's appreciated.
Thank you very much for this session, amazing session. I really enjoyed talking. I will definitely be in touch again. And for all our people who watch us from home, thank you and enjoy the rest of the day.
Hello, and welcome to the 2020 Cutter Foundation WISH Summit, and to the session, Dynamic Approaches to a Stigmatizing Disease, Eliminating Lymphatic Filariasis in Haiti. My name is Dr. Gregory Noland. I'm the director of the river blindness, lymphatic filariasis, schistosomiasis, and malaria programs at the Carter Center, based in Atlanta, Georgia, USA. This session features experts from Haiti and the United States working on the front lines to eliminate lymphatic filariasis, or LF, a chronic debilitating disease that is a leading cause of disability globally. Our panelists will describe recent efforts supported by the Cutter Foundation to expand clinical care for patients suffering from LF in Haiti. Then we will discuss the need for innovation in public health programs and introduce a suite of novel tools being used to assist LF elimination campaigns in Haiti. The discussion will last approximately 30 minutes. We will then have around 10 minutes at the end for audience questions. So please submit your questions via the meeting platform at any time during the discussion, and we will address as many of those as we can. Without further ado, let me introduce our four panelists. First, we have Dr. Luxen Desir, a medical doctor by training and the program manager for the Carter Center's Hispaniola Initiative based in Haiti. Next, we have Dr. Madsen Bode-Richard, also a medical doctor and currently assistant professor at University of Florida's College of Public Health and Health Professions, and a longtime Carter Center consultant. Ms. Martha Desir is a registered nurse and director of clinical services at Hôpital Sainte-Croix in Léogâne, Haiti. And our final panelist is Dr. Jim Lavery, the Conrad N. Hilton Chair of Global Health Ethics at Emory University, professor at the Emory Rollins School of Public Health, and director of the Human Engagement Learning Platform, otherwise known as HELP. Welcome to each of you. First, Dr. Desir, let me begin with you. Can you tell us more about lymphatic filariasis? What causes it, and what are the main symptoms? Dr. Desir, sorry, can you check your mute? I'm not getting any audio.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you, Greg, for your question. Lymphatic filariasis, commonly known as elephantiasis, is a mosquito-transmitted parasitic disease that affects over 100 million people in 72 countries, putting 856 million others at risk to get infected throughout the tropics and subtropics. Infection occurs when parasites are transmitted from person to person through infected mosquitoes. The parasite located to the lymphatic system where the mature into adult swarm that mate and produce millions of offspring over the course of the 5-7 year lifespan of the human host. The two main symptoms are lymphedema, or tissue swelling limb, or most commonly legs and feet, and hydrocele, male scrotal swelling. This painful and profoundly disfiguring visible manifestation of the disease can lead to permanent disability. The patients are not only physically disabled, but suffer mental, social, and financially.
And Dr. Desir, can you tell us more about the strategy to prevent or even eliminate this disease?
Since 2000, the World Health Organization launched the global program for eliminating lymphatic filariasis as public health problem. There are two strategies were adopted: stop transmission, with providing treatment for the total population of all endemic area for at least 5 years, achieving a minimal coverage of 65% of the total population. The recommended drugs are DEC, diethylcarbamazine, ivermectin, and albendazole. Nowadays, 7.6 billion doses are being distributed, and 499 million people living in 48 countries stop receiving treatment. The other pillar to eliminate lymphatic filariasis as public health problem, this is alleviate the suffering of people who get clinical manifestation, and improve their quality of life. Lymphatic filariasis is being considered as one of the principal causes of incapacity in the world, leaving more than 15 million people with lymphedema and more than 25 million people with hydrocele. The World Health Organization recommends minimum package of care that includes individual treatment to destroy any remaining adult parasite and microfilariae, and surgery for hydrocele, treatment for acute adenolemphantiasis, management of lymphedema to prevent both progression and of the disease and acute attack. That means to do the management of the lymphedema, we need to make sure that we get include the hygiene, exercise, treatment of any additional skin infection.
Great, thank you, Dr. Desir. Dr. Madsen, now let me turn to you. Can you tell us what is the situation regarding lymphatic filariasis in Haiti?
Thank you, Greg. Haiti is a country of around 11 million people located in the Caribbean. And just to give you a little background, that to tell you, Haiti shares the island of Hispaniola with its neighbor, the Dominican Republic. Hispaniola accounts for the vast majority, let's say up to 95% of LF in the Western Hemisphere. In 2000, Haiti embarked on a mapping campaign to determine the geographic distribution of LF in the country. We found that 84% of the communes were endemic for LF transmission. Both on that, the Minister of Health, based on that result, decided to treat the entire country. Greg, I can tell you, as of today, 86% of the commune, let's say 121 out of 140, where lymphatic filariasis has been interrupted and MBA is no longer needed. We are pretty close, Greg. We are pretty close to stop the LF transmission in the Haiti.
Great. And can you tell us more about the morbidity management, this second pillar that Luxen described? What is being done to care for patients in Haiti?
Yeah, that's based on the description of Dr. Desir about the morbidity management. And in 1994 was the year of the development of the specialized lymphedema referral clinic at Hôpital Sainte-Croix in Léogâne, where we are now. And with the support of the Center for Disease Control and the University of Notre Dame. After the LF mapping showing the geographical distribution throughout the country, where I mentioned 84% of the country showing transmission of LF. Based on that, many tentatives has been done to establish clinics. First, we set up a clinic to provide service for LF patients in Milo, in the North Department of the country. But unfortunately, that clinic is no longer existing. Another tentative has been made is to establish a clinic in Akaye in the West Department. Again, this clinic never materialized. Then we left up with the Hôpital Sainte-Croix, until now remains the only site where care for lymphatic filariasis morbidity is provided. The Minister of Health is finalizing the strategic planning for morbidity management and disability prevention, with this plan to establish a clinic in each unit of implementation, according to the World Health Organization requirements. This is the plan.
Great, thank you, Madsen. Now, Martha, let me bring you into the conversation. I know that you are the Director of Clinical Services at Hôpital Sainte-Croix that Dr. Madsen just mentioned. Tell us from your perspective, just describe a little bit more about the care for patients at your facility.
Thank you, Greg, for bringing me to that conversation. The clinic services for lymphatic filariasis patients is functional since 1996. We provide clinical care for the patients. We teach them the basic care like hygiene, exercise, elevation. Also, we take care of acute attack. What is acute attack? It is a very painful situation for the patient. Most of the time, they have fever, pain, vomiting, nausea, swelling. They can be in that condition for 5 to 7 days, and they cannot continue with their normal life. We receive them at the clinic and provide them treatment for free. In addition to that, we understand the educational part is very important topic for the patients. We initiate more than 2 decades ago support group as an option to educate, motivate, and excite lymphatic filariasis patients about their own care, to give them real opportunities to enhance self-esteem and even to feel good about how they are helping others. There are support groups start in the family itself, where common the bond that they come to ensure a level of common experience and help to protect future opportunity, even in the fact of common challenges. In Leogane, we have 10 support groups with approximately 20 numbers of members each in developed country context today to the mission of formal support group. Typically, we call those that support friends and relatives of those suffering directly from chronic illness and addictions. As an initiative to the further lymphatic filariasis patient empowerment, as a part of mental health initiative, a vocational center was opened on September 2014 as an expansion of its clinical services and mobility management. The center provides a new and important service to those individuals whose lives have been forever changed by lymphatic filariasis. The center offers courses in vocations such as sewing, tailoring, floor kits, and catering, in order to provide life skills and improve self-esteem among those with the disease, which result in incurable swelling and lower extremities. The vocational center is a key part of the spiritual, intellectual, and socio-economic life area that we experience to enhance among those afflicted with lymphatic filariasis patient disease health. As we just seen with Dr. Desir, the manifestation of lymphatic filariasis remain alive, especially lymphedema. Therefore, patients who suffer from this disease face chronic disease. They need to know how to live with it. In fact, with the collaboration of the Carter Center, we had another component in the mental care, which is the chronic disease self-management for the patient.
Great, thank you. That's really impressive work. So you're caring not only for the physical, the debilitating conditions that Dr. Desir described for us, but you're also providing holistic care for individuals, for their social, for their mental health. Martha, can you share with us, is there any example of a perspective from just one individual of how their life has been impacted or changed by receiving not only the physical, but also the more holistic social, psychosocial, even financial assistance you mentioned from the vocational center?
Yes, thank you, Greg. There are many patients in the program who can testify every day to the success of the program, though the benefits found. So, and today, I choose to talk about Antoinette Saint-Fobe, who is a model of patience. She is a patient with stage 5 of lymphedema, mother of 3 children, who had a husband. With lymphedema, her image was really changed, and her husband didn't want her anymore. She was at that time discouraged, desperate, and stigmatized. In addition to the care she received at the clinic, her participation in Hope Club has allowed Antoinette to regain a taste for life. She learned skills at the vocational center, as I mentioned, that enabled her to earn a living. So she is again useful to her family. She can take care of the children. And as her husband would still like to have his relationship with her as before. This is a success for the program.
Great. Thanks so much for sharing that story. Dr. Madsen, let me return to you. Recently, I know that you, Dr. Desir, Martha, recently led a training program to train other health facilities in this type of patient care. This is something that was supported by the Qatar Foundation. It's incredibly important to mention that the work at Hôpital Sainte-Croix is the only facility presently in the country of Haiti providing this care. So this work is critical in expanding that care to other facilities across the country. Can you tell us and describe those recent activities for our audience, please?
Thank you, Greg. And that's exactly right. And Greg, let me take a few seconds just to talk on behalf of Haitian or Ministry of Health in general, and on behalf of the LF, lymphatic filariasis patient in particular, to thank Qatar Wish Foundation and for the funding of that training, and the Qatar Center to lead that training. This is very important. This is a very good step. Effectively, Greg, Hôpital Sainte-Croix is the only one facility, as mentioned earlier, in Haiti that provides dedicated lymphatic filariasis care in the perspective to comply with the World Health Organization requirements. And the plan is to establish, as I said, one clinic in each 140 units of implementation. As we have only one from Hôpital Sainte-Croix, we have 139 to go. And this is in that perspective, the Minister of Health launched the training on September, where the National LF Coordinator contacted the Health Department on Department of West and the Artibonite to discuss about the purpose of the training and the selection, the criteria selection for the healthcare workers, health professionals in those departments. The participants were continued, the training was conducted by instructors from Minister of Health, Hôpital Sainte-Croix, and the Qatar Center for over a week. We had 11 healthcare professionals coming from those two departments, West and Artibonite, to attend the training. That training, Greg, in that training, the participants expressed their appreciation for the training, not only for the content of the training in learning new knowledge, but also with the opportunity to help the lymphatic filariasis patients in their respective department where there is a great need. And now this was a rewarding experience for the instructors, participants, and the Ministry of Health officials. Those two clinics will be in function by the end of the year. This is the plan now.
Great. And so just picking up on that last point, are there plans to expand this type of training to other areas within Haiti?
Yes, Greg, you can imagine, the plan is to move forward on those. Exactly with the addition of the 2 more clinics, that will make us at 3 clinics in total for the country. But remember, we have 140 communes. That means we have 137 more to go. Greg, his funding is available. The current plan is to train healthcare professionals from the remaining 137 communities. As we are close to the end of LF transmission, conduct the training and establish clinic is necessary steps in the process of lymphatic filariasis elimination dossier and the benefits for alleviate the suffering of lymphatic filariasis patients. This is the plan, and this is where we want to go. Okay.
And then finally, Luxen, let me bring the conversation back to you. Can you describe for us how does the successful implementation and achievement of these trainings help Haiti achieve its goal of eliminating this disease?
Thank you, Greg, for that question. So as I described at the beginning, in 2000, the World Health Organization launched the program, the global program to eliminate lymphatic filariasis as a public health problem. They had two strategies. First, stopping MDA, stopping transmission, and the second, this is alleviate the suffering for people who get lymphedema or hydrocele. So, to be able to receive, to present our dossier to eliminate LF as public health problem in any country, the country must provide clear understanding, not only stopping transmission, but also presenting data showing activities on mobility management and disability prevention. So, doing that training to compare with the World Health Organization requirement, the country is finalizing a strategic national plan where it recommends that one clinic should be established in the transmission zone in Haiti. As of before the training, Hospital Saint-Croix was the only site where care services were available for the control of mobility, lymphedema, and hydrocele, including essential basic hygiene and wound care for lymphedema and corrective surgery for hydrocele repair. It was in that perspective that the Carter Center led the training for mobility management funded by the Carter We Foundation to comply with the World Health Organization requirement. This will help in starting establishing the integration in the health system of the first two new health facilities in order to provide adequate care for mobility management services with minimal equipment. But the Carter Center is not only looking for elimination lymphatic filariasis in Haiti. We hope, this is our goal, our wish, to eliminate lymphatic filariasis as public health problem in the entire island. When we talk about entire, we think Dominican Republic and Haiti. At the same time, we are collaborating with the colleagues in Dominican Republic to achieve those goals. We are helping them in doing MDA right now. The Dominican Republic, they do already stop transmission, stop MDA in all the endemic area, and now we are moving in the mobility management to be sure both countries in the island can be eliminated, can be certified for eliminating lymphatic filariasis as public health problem. Thank you.
Luxen. Let me now bring in our other guest, Dr. Jim Lavery, to talk about innovation within public health programs and specifically within programs like the effort to eliminate LF in Haiti. And as a reminder for our audience, please feel free to pose questions within the meeting platform. We do intend to take questions in a few minutes at the end of our discussion. So please keep those questions coming. Jim, welcome. Let me turn to you. First, let me pose a general question to you. Why the need for innovation in public health programs in general?
Yeah, well, thanks, Greg. It's a pleasure to be here with you and our wonderful colleagues from Haiti. You know, I think we tend to think about innovation almost exclusively, I think, in terms of new technologies. But, you know, in fact, some of the most important innovations have been social innovations or things like business process innovations. And an example that I always like to use and I don't think we look enough at these examples in global health, but one of the examples I like to use is the development of the Toyota production system that revolutionized car manufacturing, but also led to a major revolution in manufacturing and supply chain management really in every sector in the world. And, you know, the industrial engineers, Taiichi Ohno and Eiji Toyoda, who was also the president and chairman of Toyota, are widely credited with the development and articulation of you know, what has become known as the Toyota production system. And one of the central innovations that they introduced was this idea that the workers on their manufacturing plant floors who were actually assembling the cars had a unique type of knowledge and insight about the way that the manufacturing process was actually working. And that this knowledge was essentially being wasted because these insights weren't being harnessed by the company to solve problems and improve the company's performance. And so, you know, one of the core tenets of this Toyota production system is that, you know, continuously solving what they thought of as root problems drives organizational learning. So the point, Greg, and bringing it back to global health, the innovation was fundamentally a human innovation. We tend to think about these things in terms of engineering or technologies, but it was really fundamentally a human innovation. This idea of recognizing and privileging the knowledge and the wisdom of the people whose opinions were rarely or never sought by managers or decision makers, and in this case, in car manufacturing. But I think that this is a widespread challenge in global health programming as well. And so I think one of the places that we need to pay more attention to the innovation landscape in global health is the human ecosystem, or what we call in our work at the Human Engagement Learning Platform, the human infrastructure of global health programs.
Thanks, Jim. And so can you describe for us more specifically, thinking about the LF elimination efforts in Haiti as a particular context? How do these innovative ideas take shape? How can they be applied to improve LF implementation efforts?
Well, Greg, we've been working together with Luxen and Martha and Madsen and the Carter Center for a couple of years now to try to help pinpoint some specific aspects of mass drug administration programs for LF elimination that, you know, could possibly be improved to try to drive up coverage rates, and which, you know, with the aim of trying to speed elimination of LF in Haiti. And, you know, at HELP, our work was focused primarily on stakeholder engagement and knowledge co-production strategies. In other words, how, you know, programs interact with the teams and the workers that are running the programs, but also those stakeholders and community members that we're trying to reach to encourage them to take the drugs that we hope will protect them and eventually drive down disease transmission. But in the first major study that we undertook for the Carter Center and that introduced us to Luxen and Madsen, what we discovered was that the drug distribution teams were learning a lot every day during the implementation of the MDA programs. So, you know, if you go back to the Toyota terms that I just introduced, the drug distribution teams were essentially the sort of frontline workers or the assembly line floor workers. And what we found in our study was a lot of examples of how they were solving what the Toyota people might have called root problems in real time. There was a lot of ingenuity going on in the human interactions in the delivery of the MDA. And the problem, though, was that their insights and the solutions that they were generating to these problems were, they weren't making their way back into the program. So there wasn't a lot of learning that was being translated into continuous improvement of performance. And then this had resulted, I think, in an overall loss or lack of kind of increase, if you like, in coverage rates over time. And then, but when we started our discussions about our findings with Luxen and Madsen and the Carter Center, you know, we were kind of anxious that our findings would be seen as negative and critical, and might result in frustration or discouragement, which is the very last thing that anyone needs when you're trying to eliminate a disease like LF, for all the reasons that Madsen and Martha and Luxan have described so nicely so far. But, I'm not sure whether Luxan and Madsen, and all of you guys at the Carter Center were big fans of Taiichi Ohno and Eiji Toyoda, but what we found was just an amazing willingness to sort of view these findings as an opportunity to start to build the learning capacity of the MDA program so that there could be more reliable improvement year over year in the MDA coverage. And they've really made excellent strides, I think, already in improving a number of key aspects of the MDA, with great results in the last round of MDA in last spring.
Great, thanks. So really not an outside in or top-down approach to innovation, but the approach you described really sounds like it's providing opportunity for listening and communications with those frontline workers, the folks who are engaging and interacting with the communities that we are trying to serve, the communities we are trying to reach in that manner. So really trying to just provide better tools for listening to ground level innovation. Is that really what I'm hearing you say?
Yeah, well, and I'd take it a step further, Greg. I think there's increasing recognition that this idea of listening is actually a component of communications. People have been saying this, of course, for hundreds of years, but it's not until things get published in Science and Nature with ideas like co-production and the improvements that can follow with this that I think people start to really take it seriously. Where I would extend your point, though, Greg, is that it's not just about listening. The real innovation in Toyota was they listened, they heard, they understood that there was a kind of knowledge that was tacit in the workforce, and then they redesigned their management strategies to incorporate the learning so that it would actually be actionable and actually contribute to improvements. And back to my comments, I think one of the things that has made our collaboration with the Carter Center, Luxan and Madsen just such a wonderful collaboration is exactly this kind of willingness to look at how those insights might be turned into improvements in performance. And like I said, I mean, we're already seeing this with great results in the last round of MDA.
Thanks, Jim. So let's talk about MDA then specifically. So for the audience who may not be familiar with a mass drug administration campaign, can you give us a sense just of the size and scope and scale of one of these campaigns within Haiti?
Yeah, well, and I mean, I'm a good deliverer for this message because I had to learn this myself, and I think trying to get your mind around the scale and the complexity is really it's quite an impressive infrastructure that's required. So in the MDA that Luxan and Madsen and Martha are about to embark on in the next couple of weeks in Léogâne and Gressier in Haiti, we're looking at first of all, the organization is you have to get drugs into the supply. You have to distribute them quickly in the course of a few days, and the way that it's done is to break down a region into distribution regions, and here the usual approach has been to have people come to a distribution post that's maybe in their neighborhood, for example. And in the upcoming MDA, there are I think there are 326 distribution posts in total. I think about 54 of them in Gressier and 272 in Léogâne. And each of those posts will have assigned to it 4 community drug distribution members, like a drug distribution team. So that means there'll be about 1,304, if I remember the numbers correctly, distribution staff alone. And then you have an additional 125 field supervisory staff. So if you go back then, Greg, to this idea that we need to do better at organizing our learning in real time for these drug distribution teams interacting with the communities and within the program itself, then what you get is a very, very complex social enterprise that really has to be harnessed effectively.
So, Jim, one of the unique features I know you and I have talked about is the opportunity to learn and to incorporate those lessons not only from year to year, as these mass drug administration campaigns need to be implemented for a minimum of 5 years, according to World Health Organization guidelines. But some of these tools that you are describing really, in fact, offer the opportunity for even day-to-day learning. I mean, can you just describe that a little bit more? I mean, is that possible, and how do we translate those messages, those learnings, to program staff really in real time?
Yeah. So, and Greg, it's a great framing the question because, and let me just tell you a brief story about this, because I think sometimes in innovation you need to have your framing adjusted so that you'll be hearing and learning things that you can take advantage of. And let me just tell you a brief story about our program and some work that we've been developing with Luxen and Madsen and Carter Center. As we all know, we're trying to increase coverage rates, and as we get closer and closer to elimination, the final improvements are often the hardest and often the most expensive. And so we're actually pursuing an innovation right now, Greg, as you know, that really picks up on the point that you just made. So in last summer, my team at HELP, we had an opportunity to participate in an innovation boot camp that was run by the World Food Program around a grant that we have with the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation. And as I've just described, we're intensely focused in our work at the moment on these issues of organizational learning around LF and Haiti with Madsen and Luxen and the Carter Center. So, one of the presentations we heard in this boot camp was by a guy named Coit Manuel, who's the CEO of a startup company called Crosscut. And he was presenting about how his company can create really comprehensive microplans. And, for those of you who aren't familiar with microplans, just imagine all of those different distribution posts that I told you about. And what microplans do is they create sort of very detailed maps and population estimates, but also, complex supply chain data management systems that can sort of help with the organization and planning for how to distribute drugs. And so when Coit presented his company's technology, I said to my team, we've got to meet this guy. This could really help Luxen and Madsen to coordinate the planning of the NDA campaigns for LF. And then, we got even more excited with the next presentation in this boot camp by a guy named David Hamill, who's the CEO of a company called Balcony. And the Balcony technology is a geospatial communications technology. So Balcony can draw a boundary on a computer map. David can be sitting in California, draw a boundary on a computer map. Imagine maybe one of the maps that Crosscut creates for a microplan for a specific drug distribution post or for a number of drug distribution posts. And then anyone who has the Balcony app downloaded on their smartphone and who actually walks into the real geography corresponding to the boundary that have been created can immediately then engage in like bidirectional communications through this Balcony app. And so when we saw this, immediately we thought, well, this is an amazing way to bring our focus on organizational learning just to the next level. So the human infrastructure part, I think, is really they're making great improvements. And these technologies, in part because we were focused on this as a problem, these technologies offer just an amazingly elegant way to pull these different components, the microplanning, the stakeholder engagement interface, and to pull them together through this Balcony communications technology. So we're hoping to pilot this model that we're calling the PEAL model. So it's PEAL stands for planning, execution, and engage to learn. And we're trying to, pilot this this PEAL model with Luxen and Madsen and Carter Center and Balcony and Crosscut and HELP, hopefully in the fall of 2021.
Great, thanks, Jim. Let's wrap it up there. I know we do have some questions coming in, so I want to make sure that we have a chance to get to those. But Jim, thanks so much for sharing about this innovative thinking. And obviously we continue to be excited about those developments. Martha, there's a question that I think would be good for you to address. The question says, LF seems to be such a disfiguring disease, but what are the mental health implications of this disease and those who suffer from LF? I know, Martha, you mentioned very briefly some of the focus on mental health care specifically that we are piloting. Can you just, in maybe 60 seconds or less, summarize for us just some of those activities?
Thank you, Greg. Very briefly, as I've mentioned, LF patient is a really mental affect patient. So that's why in the clinic, we are not taking care only physically, we are taking care of patient mentally. We have the mental, the vocational center where we teach, because we know with the that mental disease, that chronic disease, patient has a lot of loss. They lost job because with their parents, so they afraid to give them work. They are lose. They are also a social and financial affect. So in the mental initiative, we try to help those patients to have some skills and ability to be useful to their community, to be useful for themselves. So at the Mental Health Initiative, we are providing skills and ability for those people to help themselves.
Great, thank you, Martha. Another question here asks about the impact that Haiti, and in fact the island of Hispaniola as a whole, is constantly at risk of natural disasters. Obviously the earthquake of 2010 was a devastating impact on the country, and also hurricanes that seem to be coming with increasing frequency and severity. Madsen, let me ask you, how have the programs been able to continue working in the face of these natural disasters?
Yes, great, thank you. And that's correct. I think Haiti is in a situation, many natural disasters and even political situation. Haiti is struggling, as many other countries are struggling with maybe different adversities. But for Haitian, as I would consider an empathic as a model that we continue to pursue despite of all those challenges. Facing the earthquake, I think right after we start activities. Even in the midst of 2004, there was a very contentious political battle. And at that time, we keep moving on the distribution what I was planning. Sometimes we have few delays, like considered with the COVID situation. But right before the COVID, even there are some, struggle about within the country. But we did MDE. That means the plan that we have, the motivation to stop the transmission in Haiti. I think this is, sometimes we put it above, not risking any lives, but we keep continue moving as we see there's an opportunity to keep moving. Even despite of all the challenges, difficulties, when the opportunity to move, and we continue. And that means the staff, really motivated to get that done as we plan.
Madsen, sorry, let me interrupt you there in the spirit of keeping moving. I'm getting a signal that we need to keep moving with the session. So thank you so much. for all of our panelists, and certainly thank you to our audience. We hope you found this session educational and also inspirational. So on behalf of all the panelists, myself, Greg Noland here at the Carter Center, we hope that you enjoy the rest of the WISH Summit, and we bid you a good day. Thank you so much for joining.
Thanks.
Hi, everyone. We're so pleased to be part of this amazing endeavor to bring about change and through innovation and collaboration. We at ACLM are honored to be part of this. We think this is the foundation of what we stand for, to collaborate with organizations and people who are trying to bring really amazing new ways of dealing with health and other problems as well. But before we go on, I would like us to introduce ourselves. We are all members of ACLM, which is American College of Lifestyle Medicine. I am Dr. Dean Sherzai. I'm a neurologist, neurobehavioral neurologist, as well as a community activist, researcher, and I work at the Loma Linda University as the Director of Brain Health and Prevention Program. And I'm honored to be part of this group. And we have Dr. Ayesha Sherzai.
Yes, hi, I'm Dr. Ayesha Sherzai. I'm a neurologist, trained in vascular neurology and epidemiology, and I'm the co-director of the Brain Health and Alzheimer's Prevention Program at Loma Linda University.
Then we have Dr. Wes Youngberg.
And yes, I'm Dr. Wes Youngberg. I am a trained lifestyle medicine specialist, trained at Loma Linda University, where I'm also on the faculty of the School of Medicine and Public Health. I had the privilege to be one of the founding directors of the American College of Lifestyle Medicine, and I'm also a fellow with them. And related to our topic, I've been involved in helping reverse diabetes for the last 30 years, so I've seen the transition from management to cure, and we're looking forward to talking about how powerful this can be. I've written a book on that topic called Goodbye Diabetes, and a video series that's actually now translated into Arabic called Diabetes Undone. So let's get into it.
Fantastic. So first off, talking about American College of Lifestyle Medicine, which is we're all part of this, and this has been our life's work. All of us have been about lifestyle medicine, and what ACLM has been around for a while. Its goal is to provide quality education and certification and to those dedicated to clinical and worksite practices of lifestyle medicine as a foundation of transformation and change in healthcare. I mean, that's an amazing goal, an amazing vision, and that started around 2004. Dr. Youngberg, you were part of this, and now this has grown to where now we have more than 5,000 members in 7 continents, 14 international societies. And it's basically a lifestyle alliance based on science and pragmatic application. Nothing like this anywhere else. More than 1,000 providers certified by American Board of Lifestyle Medicine. Actually, that doubles every year now because it's an exponential growth. One of the fastest growing healthcare career fields globally, lifestyle medicine. And that comes from the need that existed there, but nobody was providing that vacuum. And all of a sudden, ACLM provided a venue that's not based on hearsay, and based on science. Now, as I said, it's based on launch of economic and policy as well as lifestyle initiatives that can really be applicable to each individual unique communities. Lifestyle Medicine Global Alliance is one of the initiatives, and the point of Lifestyle Global Alliance is to bring about a common language and a common process. Those are important. Common language based on science and a common process based on real applicable behavioral change models in communities, at the national level as well, as has been shown in many paradigms. Now, before we go on, it's important to kind of define what lifestyle medicine is, because there are so many new fields talking about prevention, but lifestyle medicine is not a soft concept. It is a very science-based, science-driven endeavor. It's evidence-based therapeutic approach, such as food, physical activity, adequate sleep, stress management, and pursuing non-drug modifiable variables that can bring about change when it comes to chronic diseases. Now, for the last 100 years or more, I mean, prior to that, we're not going to count because it was a little bit amorphous, we've been working on disease. And that's fantastic. We know that we have to deal with certain diseases. But we have learned that prevention and lifestyle prevention is the key here. 80% has to be focused on that. And that's what we've been doing as American College of Lifestyle Medicine. It's a validated, highly effective way to address root causes of diseases. Not just say that here's you have diabetes and here are some pills, but what are the root causes at the individual level, at the family level, and the community level? And if we don't approach it in that complex way, as you've seen, it just keeps increasing, doesn't it? We keep talking about it, but all we do is highlight and watch the curve just increase. And more importantly, engaging, which means each community, these soft words are used, which is personalized medicine. You and I, Dr. West, we've talked about it, personalized medicine and this and that, but nobody really knows what that means. Well, what that means is what we call community-based participatory research, community-based participatory application. And you've done this at the community level as well, which is applying it to each community, each person in the way that it applies to them and sticks to them. And that's not a soft concept. It's a concept that is now being universalized by ACLM. Again, the pillars of ACLM, or lifestyle medicine in general, actually, is nutrition, sleep, exercise, substance abuse, stress management, healthy relationships, and cognitive factors. More than a professional association, ACLM is a galvanization, organization, and bringing together of a database-based change. And that's a powerful concept. ACLM is composed of members who are passionate about the urgent need to transform healthcare. More importantly, I say changing our system from sick care, which is important, to healthcare, which is mostly prevention, and so we can push the disease model back. Our organization addresses the needs for qualified education and certification. Again, that certification and database approach is repeated over and over again, because then you can reproduce that anywhere in any environment, and you can be confident that it's not just a momentary or a false model, but something that comes from tried and true methods. Education, empowerment, and equipping individuals and communities is at the center, because you can't just throw information at people. You have to give them the resources to be able to bring about change. Aisha and I we're in charge of the largest brain initiative in the country, and in collaboration with ACLM in Beach Cities, where we're not just giving lectures, but we're working with the community to see how those behavior changes can be brought forth in those communities. The first step in any change management approach is to educate the leaders. And by the way, leaders are not, some title that somebody's given you. Anybody who chooses to bring about change and wants to make a difference in other people's lives, but by definition are leaders. So leadership model is not the classic leadership model, but anybody who wants to bring about change. And we've seen that in ACLM, where thousands of physicians who've been certified go back to their communities and bring about massive change And they're not just in their little practice, but in their region. That's the power of creating leadership with empowerment and tools. ACLM's mission is simply to advance evidence-based lifestyle medicine as value-based specialties that transform, redefine, and sustain health. What does that mean? So if I'm a neurologist, and Aisha's a neurologist, you're a diabetes specialist and lifestyle specialist, each of us can bring these principles, science-based principles, into our practice and have a common language. That's why, Dr. Youngberg, you and Aisha is a stroke specialist, I'm a dementia specialist. We can actually work together because at the base, at the principle, we can be assured that the data is accurate and we can work through the same principles and empower each other. Now, why are we doing this? Because the point is to address non-communicable diseases. Those constitute more than 80% of the diseases and costs that afflict our communities and societies. 80% of heart disease can be prevented. Strokes, type 2 diabetes, and 40% of cancers. And we've shown, along with other organizations, that 60 to 90% of dementias, which is the fastest growing epidemic, can be prevented. Now, for the last decade, we've talked about prevention of diabetes, but let's talk about how effective it's been using the classical models. Today, we have 422 million adults who have diabetes. That's 1 in 11 people. Those numbers are actually disputed because it depends on how you define diabetes, and Dr. Youngberg, you'll speak to that a lot more in detail. Diabetes prevalence has been rising more rapidly in low and middle income countries than in high income countries. Not that it's not rising in high income countries, but it just gives you a little perspective of how fast it's rising. And the numbers of people with diabetes that has risen from 108 million in 1980 to 422 million by 2014. And by now, it's actually even higher. And diabetes and insulin resistance are the driving force. And this is why we're talking about diabetes today. When we talk about diabetes, we're not just talking about diabetes. We're talking about a foundational disease, a core disease, because behind most chronic diseases that afflict our nations and our communities, diabetes and insulin resistance are at the core of those diseases. This makes diabetes and diabetes prevention one of the most important diseases to address in healthcare. When we talked about ACLM's involvement, and even though I'm a dementia specialist and Aisha is a stroke specialist, we said if we had to be most effective and address one disease process, it would be this diabetes, because that will address so many other diseases and as well. So having said that, I think I kind of laid it up for you to set it up for the next steps, Dr. West. I have a question. I mean, and it's a question that I'm sure the audience has. Is you've been leading in this fight for decades. Now, I'm not trying to age you, but it's been a good fight. No. And you were one. Yeah, you were one of the first people to talk about prevention where it was not popular. We were one of the first people to talk about preventive neurology, which was now it's become popular. We coined it. But prevention of diabetes has been your bailiwick and your fight for the last 15 to 20 years. And so given that, where do you see this prevention model? How does it apply? It's important for people to realize that we can actually talk about the prevention of diabetes. So nobody better than you to address that question or that concept in general.
Yes, thank you, Dr. Sherzai. What's really interesting here is that, what we can prevent in terms of type 2 diabetes, we now know, based on the title of this talk, that we can actually start moving from management to cure. We can actually start talking about reversal of type 2 diabetes. And the three of us are actually presenters on a new course that the American College of Lifestyle Medicine put together, highlighting for the first time there's a society now in the field of medicine and public health that is spearheading the concept that we don't have to just rely on prevention, even though prevention is very possible. And as you were saying, the majority of diabetes can be prevented if we follow the principles that you alluded to earlier. What we're learning now, and there's an 18-hour course for health professionals now available just this year certifying health professionals on how to actually bring about reversal of type 2 diabetes and insulin resistance, which, as you pointed out, Dean, is really the tip of the iceberg. I learned 30 years ago to be real effective in lifestyle medicine, you had to first be really effective at addressing the preventive, therapeutic, and reversal aspects of type 2 diabetes. If we can do that, if we know how to do that, we can actually take on the broader burden of disease as well. There is definitely a great potential to diminish this scourge of diabetes that you pointed out worldwide is way over 400 million people. It's 1 out of 11 people, but it really, we're all at risk. There's countries that have high incidence. You know, the Middle East has an average incidence or prevalence of 15% of adults. That's huge. And what we're saying is that is largely preventable. We can prevent most of that, if not over 90% of that. And we know that Qatar has a prevalence rate of 17%. You know, but we're not doing that much better in the United States. We have 13%, and a lot of people are undiagnosed as well. So no matter where in the world that we live, there is a huge burden of disease that is brought on because of insulin resistance and because of type 2 diabetes. And we, as leaders in the field and the many policymakers that are looking and listening to this program, either live or in the future, should rise to the challenge and recognize that we need to stop just putting our efforts into managing diabetes. We need to put much more effort into prevention, okay, to what are the tenets of prevention that we'll go over. And those same tenets broadened and made more aggressive can be used to actually reverse the majority of individuals that have type 2 diabetes. Okay, and I'd be happy to go over those statistics in a little bit. Do you want me to talk about the transition from management to cure now, or after Ayesha talks?
Right now, this would be great for people to see how we've actually changed our perspective, and this change in perspective has been kind of forced by the massively rapidly rising chronic diseases. Us in the healthcare field, we see this, that no matter the old tried and true methods have not worked. We're just increasing the prevalence. But for somebody who actually went through this transition or actually had a hand shaping that transition, it would be lovely for you. It would be wonderful for you to kind of give that perspective.
You know, what was started it all for me was when I was a student at Loma Linda University, and this was the spring of 1985. I remember it well. I attended a seminar series put on by the university on dealing with chronic disease. And one of the keynote speakers for that was Dr. James Anderson, the chief endocrinologist at University of Kentucky at Lexington. And he had been doing research on reversing diabetes for 20 years. This is back in 1985. And I remember sitting with my jaw down, just awestruck at study after study after study that he had himself published and reviewed on reversing type 2 diabetes. And I'm thinking, I've never heard this before. So many of you policymakers and healthcare professionals that are watching this right now, you're going like, what crazy talk is this? Talking about management. We're failing at the management of diabetes. How in the world could we ever expect to even begin to reverse it, right? So that's the current conundrum and the belief. And so we got to be careful what we believe in healthcare, because what we believe determines our policies and determines what we try to do with our patients. So at any rate, that was the beginning of the watershed year in my life, 1985, when I started preaching that. I became an evangelist for reversing type 2 diabetes. And I had the privilege to participate with Dr. John Kelly, who eventually was the founding president of the American College of Sports of Lifestyle Medicine, that took this program to the Marshall Islands, a a group of islands in the Western Pacific that had a scourge of diabetes, a very high prevalence of diabetes, and many of them were dying from complications of kidney failure, etc. And so I helped them develop their very first reversal of diabetes program in the Marshall Islands. So in 2004, as I'd been preaching now for basically going on 20 years about the reversibility of type 2 diabetes, I was asked by the president of a medical society to speak at their regional medical conference. And he says, Wes, would you talk about reversing diabetes with nutrition? You know, he knew that I was a plant-based nutritionist, that I was really passionate about encouraging people to eat a plant-based diet, because as you know in your work in dementia, that's such a critical factor in improving health in a dramatic way. And so I said, you sure you want me to follow the title Reversing Type 2 Diabetes? Because the medical community, even though it had been in the research, in the literature for decades, was still not accepting that paradigm, was not accept. So he said, oh yeah, they'll love it. So I give this talk, right? At this huge conference, double ballroom, lots of physicians and other health professionals there. I gave this talk on reversing diabetes, and then the chairman of the scientific committee gets up at the end of my 90-minute talk, and he says, I just want to go on record that I totally disagree with Dr. Youngberg's assertion that type 2 diabetes can be reversible. And you could have heard a pin drop in that audience. And it's a long story I won't go over right now. But the bottom line is that there'd been a presenter prior to me who was a geneticist and had talked about the potential future of reversing diabetes through genetic engineering. And so I took that. So rather than confront the person who was in charge of the conference, I said, the good news is that we now know that you can use genetic reengineering by changing your diet through epigenetic transformation and to following these strategies that the American College of Sports Medicine, of Lifestyle Medicine has emphasized over these years. So 2 days later, I was listening to the news, and a big study on bariatric surgery came out showing that 77% of diabetics who had bariatric surgery were cured of diabetes, had completely reversed their diabetes at 1 year. And so that was the beginning of the general medical community reconsidering the idea that type 2 diabetes was not reversible. It's interesting how surgery or some other treatment will catch on, but something that we've been doing for decades through natural lifestyle means didn't catch on until after that. Ironically, that was the very year that Dr. John Kelly and others of us, just about 11 of us, came together and founded the American College of Lifestyle Medicine. And of course now, you know, has gone way beyond us. I mean, this just is a huge, as you pointed out, Dr. Shirzai, this is a revolution. This is an idea that has caught fire and is going global. And there's many societies around the world from different countries that have taken on this challenge. So that we're proud of the fact that we can take the leadership role in showing that diabetes is in fact reversible. Now, there's two other points I want to make, and then I'll turn it over to Yesha, because she's got a lot to say on this as well. And that is, prior to 2009, there had been no official recognition by the American Diabetes Association or other world councils on when you can say somebody's actually reversed their diabetes. It's like if somebody ever became obese, they would never be non-obese because they were just tagged with that obesity tag for life, no matter how much weight they lost. And so if you're a diabetic, you're going to be a diabetic for the rest of your life. That was the mantra back many years ago. And so in 2009, finally, after much pressure because of the research that those of us that we were doing on this coming out in the peer-reviewed medical literature, Finally, in 2009, the American Diabetes Association had a task force that had a consensus developing conference, if you will, that came out with a criteria for saying that somebody had reversed their diabetes. So we were all excited that, hey, you know, now it's official, you can reverse your diabetes. But here's what happened. There was a study that was published in 2014 in the journal Diabetes Care, which arguably is the pinnacle of diabetes medicine in academia. And in that study, they looked at 122,000 individuals. Okay, that it's a large medical group that looked at, if you follow usual care, standard of medicine, how many of those individuals with diabetes were able to reverse diabetes over a 7-year period? And that figure comes out to 1.47%.
Oh,
now,
amazing.
Now, you as policymakers, many of you listening to this conference would say, like, I'm not going to put any money, any effort of my time into something that only works 1.47% of the time. But here is the challenge. That's true if you follow usual care, if you follow your usual policies, if you follow what you've been doing in the past, that's all you get. And so for instance, in Qatar specifically, the prevalence of diabetes is double what it is globally. Okay, it's 7% of the entire disease burden in Qatar is due to diabetes. 10% of all premature deaths due to diabetes. Wouldn't it be nice if we could just reverse that? Anybody who has diabetes, reverse it. Anybody who's at risk of diabetes, prevent it. Think about the impact that would have on our economy. Think about the impact that would have on the lives and the family life of individuals that otherwise have to spend half of their time in kidney dialysis units. So this would be an amazing thing. And what we're suggesting at the American College of Lifestyle Medicine is that this is doable, that the vast majority of people with type 2 diabetes can actually reverse their diabetes, but only if our policies and our programs are appropriate. I loved the opening remarks of Her Excellency yesterday, where she talks about cultivating practices that center human connection and empathy, empowering communities with knowledge and tools to build healthy and resilient societies. You can't have a resilient society if a huge percentage of your population has the complications of diabetes that Dr. Yeshas here is going to talk about. That you just can't have a resilient society if that happens. And we want to change that. And then she talks about, I love the fact that she has a master's degree in human rights. So if anybody would understand, it would be her, that we need to give hope. We need to stop telling people that you're going to have this disease for the rest of your lives. We need to flip that around and say, we're going to switch from management to cure. We're going to help you figure out what it takes to be able to reverse this lifestyle-related disease. And we're going to give you the tools and provide the services that American College of Lifestyle Medicine can help any nation, Qatar, any nation anywhere in the world, how to do this. That's what we do, right? And so basically we want to give people hope and reverse this scourge. Now, the last thing I want to say, so that went from 1.47% in a usual care medical community, but if you actually provide hope, so now people are motivated. Why would somebody change anything in their lives if they're being told that it can't be reversed, that you're stuck with it now? Why would they do it? So I had the privilege to be involved in this detailed online group program that's very environmentally conscious as well, that is teaching people how to eat 100% plant-based diet. And just in 2018, rather, we did a group over the summer, a six month group of about 20 individuals. These are individuals that had diabetes for decades. They had failed many other attempts to really address this, and by by careful attention to detail, by providing the right level of service for these individuals, we were able to reverse the diabetes of 67% of them. These were not early diabetics that had just been diagnosed. These are people that had been around for decades suffering with the problems of diabetes. And so, so we're here to tell you that this paradigm shift from management to cure is real, and we want to be a part of the solution for you.
This is wonderful. I mean, I fully agree. Aisha and I, we've done research for the last 15 years on prevention of dementias and strokes. And we've written a book, Alzheimer's Association, around the same concept. And although it wasn't popular at first, now it's becoming the norm. But it's a little more than that. And that's why ACLM and the rest of us that have been working at this, it's one step ahead of that, which is how do you actually apply that at the individual and community level? I wanted to ask Aisha, and you and I have had conversation about this, is it's not just diabetes, it's the end stage diseases that diabetes leads to. I would love to hear your perspective on those.
Yeah, I think you pointed out a very, very important thing. And as Dr. Youngberg just mentioned, you know, the disease itself is devastating, but it doesn't exist in isolation. It's a nidus for so many other diseases as well. And it's the complications of diabetes that we as doctors who work in the emergency room, in the hospital, in the communities, and in our clinic, we see that on a day-to-day basis. So, you know, regardless of our specialties, whether we're surgeons or neurologists or ophthalmologists, we actually come across this devastating disease every single day in our communities. Let's just start with the #1 cause of mortality and morbidity in the world, which is cardiovascular disease. And cardiovascular disease accounts for about 52% of deaths in type 2 diabetes. And even when you adjust for age and socioeconomic status and other non-modifiable risk factors, diabetes actually is a main risk factor for cardiovascular disease, whether it's heart attacks or myocardial infarction or congestive heart failure or atrial fibrillation. All of these diseases are affected by the abnormalities in metabolism of glucose. We know that heart failure is 2 to 3 times higher in diabetics. And so these are numbers, you know, and I was preparing for this conversation. The numbers just blew me away. They're astounding. But, you know, when you look at the day-to-day effects of these diseases, you know, everything we're focusing on are medications and acute treatment of these complications of the disease. So it's about time that we address the main source of the pathology of the diseases. Let's take some other diseases like kidney diseases. You know, chronic kidney failure is highly prevalent in diabetics compared to non-diabetics. About 40% of patients who have diabetes have some level of chronic kidney disease, and they end up having end-stage renal disease, and they become dependent on hemodialysis and so on and so forth. And, you know, the economic implications of this is enormous as well. When you look at other microvascular complications like retinopathy, which is, you know, damage to the small blood vessels in the retina, which is essentially an extension of the brain, up to 21% of patients with type 2 diabetes have retinopathy at the first time of diagnosing their disease. So that can be actually the manifestation of diabetes in a lot of people. But in most diabetes patients actually have some level of retinopathy as they move forward with the disease. And again, the implications are quite devastating. Imagine all the human power lost, the intelligence and the time lost with dealing with these you know, chronic complications of the disease. Another neurological disease is neuropathy, which is a serious complication of the diabetics. Up to 50% of diabetic patients have neuropathy, and this is damage to the nerves, the small nerve endings of limbs, whether it's the feet or the hand, causing a lot of pain, causing a lot of disability. And we know from research from our studies that managing diabetes can actually significantly affect the outcomes of neuropathy. We rely on, you know, large doses of medication and some procedures to get rid of the pain. But if we manage glucose levels very well, this can be healed. This can actually be treated. You know, as a stroke neurologist, with lifestyle as well, yes. As a stroke neurologist, you know, I work at a stroke unit. So, you know, stroke is a devastating disease where people come in with a sudden onset of a neurological deficit. They're either blind or they can't speak or they can't see or they're paralyzed in one side of their body forever and ever. And it's a very sudden onset, and it affects a lot of people. In United States alone, 800,000 people suffer from stroke every year. It's quite devastating. And we know that diabetes contributes significantly. Diabetics are at a higher risk of developing both ischemic stroke and hemorrhagic stroke, up to 2 to 3 times higher risk. And, you know, for something as stroke where, you know, you see the devastation and they're left with it for the rest of their lives and they end up getting rehabilitation, you know, it's quite important to actually manage it, prevent it to begin with. But even after somebody's had a small stroke, if diabetes is managed properly and reversed, their outcomes are better. They need less rehabilitation. They actually get better. And then dementia, Dean and I, we both work in the dementia clinic. Dean is actually going to speak about it too. But we see the devastating effect of diabetes on dementia and Alzheimer's disease. So dementia is the umbrella term, which essentially means when people have difficulty with their memory and cognitive function to the point where they can't do their activities of daily living. And diabetics have a higher risk of developing dementia, and Alzheimer's disease is the main type of dementia. And we, in our work, in our research at Loma Linda University and now at Beach Cities Health District in the Healthy Minds Initiative research, where we're following 1,000 individuals and we're seeing the effect of lifestyle on their brain health, we know that about 90% of Alzheimer's disease can be prevented by addressing diseases like diabetes. And one of the things that people don't really address, we always talk about the bigger diseases, the end stage, which is dementia, is vascular cognitive impairment. And vascular cognitive impairment essentially occurs when there's damage to the small blood vessels of the brain, these very important vessels that provide oxygen and nutrition to crucial areas of the brain that are responsible for processing information, decision-making, judgment, and, you know, all other cognitive domains. That gets affected significantly with not just diabetes, but even pre-diabetes or insulin resistance. So even before people are diagnosed with diabetes, any abnormality of glucose metabolism can affect very, very important parts of the brain. And, you know, we are our brains. We are the decisions we make every day. We are the combination of all the cognitive domains that we carry, that we nourish, and that we nurture. So it becomes more than just a disease. It becomes more than just some, you know, label, some diagnosis. It almost becomes a tremendous responsibility on each and every person, not just doctors and healthcare providers, but each and every person to inform themselves about this disease. And I'm so privileged to be here as part of the ACLM team to talk about the importance of addressing this, not just in the clinic and in the hospital, but in our communities. Dean?
Yeah, this is important because ACLM's mission is not just in the United States, and it's global. And whenever we know that something as important as diabetes and insulin resistance, which, as I repeat, is in many ways, a foundational disease which affects all the other downstream diseases, or many of the other downstream diseases. And we now know, with the work of Dr. Wes Youngberg and others, and our own work as well, that you can significantly reduce or prevent and even reverse diabetes, then it becomes an imperative that we actually start in that process. But it's not just ACLM is not just a organization that, you know, creates edicts and sends it out and talks about it. It's a functional, systematic organization that creates a process. And that process even includes technology. So you have to be at the edge of a change. Some of the things that ACLM has done, let's talk about diabetes in itself. I mean, the ACLM has focused on many diseases, but diabetes at its core is foundational. The courses that Dr. Youngberg spoke about earlier that have been created is available to thousands of people already have taken it, and it's available throughout the world. And we think it's incredibly important for physicians, for clinicians to participate in those courses, because they're not just didactics, but they are teaching process that gives you the tools and equipment to actually apply it to your communities. That's important. It's to change something from just a didactic to an empowering tool. It's a world of difference, which comes out of practice repeat, iteration, and learning. That's what these courses are. The other things that ACLM have undertaken is these special interest groups. I love those, which people around same interests get together and exchange thoughts. And that's important because what happens in Qatar is different than what happens in San Bernardino, than it's different what happens in some province in Detroit or in London. All these individual experiences give us the tool to make it much more real life application. And these special interests serve those purposes. Yes, Dr. Youngberg.
Yeah, I'm so excited that one of the people that is listening and watching us live is actually the director of the Qatar Metabolic Institute.
Yeah.
Thank you so much for participating in this conference, Doctor. This institute just recently published an amazing study. You should have been part of our training module for the American College of Lifestyle Medicine. That was published in the Lancet Diabetes and Endocrinology, arguably one of the top journals and medical journals in the world in this area. And it was just this June of 2020, entitled "The Effect of Intensive Lifestyle Intervention on Body Weight and Glycemia," blood sugar levels, in early type 2 diabetes. And he pointed out to us just a few minutes ago that they were able to show a 61% reversal of type 2 diabetes at 2 years. Congratulations to the Qatar Metabolic Institute for having the foresight to actually put on such an amazing study, basically actually being good academics, taking advantage of the literature that's already been published and saying, we can do this also in Qatar. And so this is going to make it so much easier for policymakers, for government workers, for doctors in not just Qatar, but throughout the whole Middle East and the rest of the world to take on this passion of what is possible. We no longer have to rely on just struggling with the management of type 2 diabetes. If we don't give the tools and the knowledge and the hope, then people are going to be struggling with this condition and having all the complications that Dr. Ayesha just pointed out. Whereas if we take on the perspective that the Qatar Metabolic Institute has, and seeks to reverse it and provide the resources and the hope that it can be done, we're in a very good position. So congratulations, Qatar Metabolic Institute.
Absolutely.
And there's a question that somebody, sorry, Dean, there's a question that somebody pointed out that actually is very important, and I think you can wrap it up with that statement about the importance of community. The question is, do you find that different demographics might be less likely to adopt lifestyle management measures to combat the disease? I'm not talking about access to healthcare or communications infrastructure. I'm talking more about active refusal. So there are variations of acceptance in different communities.
Absolutely, and that's where this collaborative model comes in. If we don't address each community's needs, resources, their level of health education, their readiness for change, all of those things, all we're doing is, just applying some academic concepts on a population and fail them again and again and again. We've seen this in the United States where studies would be done on a given population, a very, rigid population in Boston, and then applied to a completely different population in California, and it would fail over and over again. And then they would say that, oh, the idea doesn't work. It's not about that. That's why working with organizations like the Metabolic Institute in Qatar is critical, because if we don't learn from their practices, all we're doing is applying something in the United States there. So what ACLM does is take the best practices as far as research is concerned, as far as behavioral models are concerned, and collaborative leadership models, and then apply change in those communities. Without that, all we're doing is having meetings and meetings and summits and summits and conferences without any truly implementing and making a difference in communities. So you're right, Dr. Westbrook. This is incredibly exciting, and to hear that we have a partner, whether Dr. Abu Samra knows it or not, we have a partner in Qatar who's doing the work in the community level, which we can learn from and they can learn from us. And together we bring change, which is foundational and meaningful. That is exactly, you know, I had a big talk at the end as far as what ACLM does. That's exactly what the whole point of ACLM is. Find the latest data, find the partnership in the communities and at the individual level, and applying it in a way where it actually sticks and makes a difference. It's database-driven community partnerships at the community level and at the national level. So we're incredibly proud to be part of this endeavor, and we're hoping to actually expand the endeavor to Qatar and the neighboring regions as well.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Thank you, everybody.
Have a great day. Thank you.